U.N Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm starting early as scheduled time this time today because, well, you see the title, of course. Of course, I won't be celebrating this alone. Celebrating my birthday early, I mean. The U.N Spacey will be coming in pretty soon, hopefully. Leia Plus I will not be far behind. Schooner's running a little late. And Trooper. Dang it, Trooper. You're usually the first one in. That's what usually what goes on behind the green room. But anyways, yeah, guys, my birthday's coming up this Saturday, so I decided to erect this special streaming today. Usually I would have going with the serious topics here and there, which is how Thursdays usually go sometimes. But I just remembered that my birthday is this Saturday, and I was like, oh, that's right. That's right. I did plan this. I did plan on doing the early streaming about my birthday. So here we are now. And let me welcome to the chat. He's not in today, but he did wish me a happy birthday, and it was Dread Death 2012. Sorry, Dread 2012 Death. He says, hope your birthday does go well. I work on that day. Hopefully I don't have to work, but maybe it might happen. But either way, I'm still gonna enjoy myself. Either way while working. We have the Glare of Kaon. Matthew Flynn wishing me a happy birthday. What's with the oops, dude? The Maverick Hunter St. Brian Gil Martin also wishing me a happy birthday. Technically, you guys are just wishing me an early birthday before next week we start this all over again, which weekends I won't be doing anything much of streaming because working. And I'm repeating that because that's usually what's on my mind throughout this whole weekend. That's usually what would be on my mind back when we had the regular we're gonna be talking about that, Brian Gil Martin. Yeah, what I was saying was usually when things were normal and things were kind of regular, when I usually worked before I even did the stream and stuff, always on my mind was what I'm going to do next for work. What I'm going to do next for work. What's going to be happening for work. We have Dr. Y Designs Network possibly for the first time joining us today, or probably your second or third time, Dr. Y. It's good to see. If it's a second and third, man, it's been a while since we saw you, man. It's been a long time, and I love it. A very merry birthday, a very merry birthday to you. A very merry birthday to me, to you. I'm saying the song wrong, but that I don't care. It's gonna be my birthday in a couple of days. I can show off, but yeah, Brian Gil Martin brings up the sad passing of one of the most influential manga writers or mangaka and influential manga artists to ever grace our entertainment. Kentaro Miura, the author and artist of the well-renowned, well-beloved, well-regarded, and inspirational and influential manga series that has stood to the test of time, Berserk. One of my greatest inspirations, by the way. I'll tell you my experiences with Berserk. I was an outsider of Berserk for a long time, outside observer, and from what I gathered from what people were saying about it, you know, it's about I recognize characters by name, but I never knew what they looked like. So whenever time I saw Guts, I probably would not have known that was Guts until I saw. At least I knew I finally found out who Guts was until I saw Death Battle, which Guts versus Nightmare, which anybody who saw that knows the results. But where am I? Yeah, and Griffith, I knew what Griffith did through other sites information and whatnot. That was a lot of things that they talked about when namely when we covered Berserk, or when Berserk was covered, was always the rape of Casca and the maiming of Guts. That was really the talking points. I did get around to want to finally watching the I think it was the was it 94 anime or 84. It's one of, no, the manga came out in 80, the manga was released in 84, and I believe the anime was released in 94. Let's just call it the original anime. I finally got around to seeing the original anime, and boy, did I was one of those outsiders who was asking, "What's so good about Berserk? What's so special about Berserk?" Until I went into, I went into the cave and I came back. You know, oh my goodness, I love Berserk. If anybody ever seen Inhumanoids, and there's that one there's that one scene where that reporter was going to go into this cult that was run by that was secretly run by Decompose, and the moment he goes in, he goes in so confidently, so diligently, and ready to tackle the reporting side, and come back. Okay, no, he goes in, it comes out and say, "Oh, I like it here," and he just goes right back on in. That was me after seeing the anime Berserk, and of course I did catch I did introduce my friend a little bit of taste of Berserk when we watched the first Golden Age movie, when I went to stay out with him. Currently living in Chula Vista in San Diego today, but back then I was staying with him for at least a couple of months to get a really taste of what San Diego would be like before I decided to move from my mom's house to actually stay out somewhere else and live on my own. But I introduced him with I think it was the 2016. I think it was released around 2016. No, not 2016. I'm you know what, screw it. I'm not gonna name years, but it was the first Golden Age movie, The Egg of the King, and we both watched it. We both watched it together. I don't know what his experience was. I wish he was still staying out here with us so I can revisit him and show him the other two movies. Him and his wife, I mean. But you know what? That's Thank you, Matthew. 97, right? I was three numbers away. Oh, Samuel Proctor is here and he says, "Happy birthday!" Dr. White says, "It has been a while since I've been here. Most of the times I'm busy doing something else. Now I'm listening to you while putting together a mega construct set." Yep. So you guys get to enjoy for a while sitting here by myself and talking to myself. Now that's chaos. But yeah, yeah, it's sad to hear that Kentaro Miura had passed very early in this month. I take it he had passed early in this month, and they were like any reasonable outlets, they were holding off until they finally announce it, right? So yeah, he died at 54, which is relatively young for a man of his age, for anybody of his age. But yeah, we lost another big great of this year. We've even lost Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney, who remembers Paul Mooney from the Chappelle Show? We lost him recently. I believe 2 days ago, yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. We lost Paul Mooney. He passed of a heart attack, and I'm like, man, I think 2021 is really trying to upstage 2020. I really think that it's really trying to take on the challenge of 2020. And I'm not saying that to be lightly and everything, but it's kind of daunting to hear that a lot of beloved and very well loved celebrities and influential um people are left and right losing their lives, and it hurts us the most because we are very connected to those people in such a way. You know, we see those people as pioneers, as trend centers, and very as I repeat so much, inspiring and influential to us because of how great their work is. You know, if you notice that a lot of my stuff, a lot of my stuff is influenced uh, to some degree by Miura too. Um, I even there's a lot of artists out there that take inspiration from. Period, from Frank Frazetta to Boris Vallejo. I probably mispronouncing his last name. Um, of course, Frank Cho, uh, Bruce Timm, even Adam Hughes. Like a lot of those men. Most of my art is really big influence from there. Hey, Dominic. He says, "Good afternoon, everyone, and happy birthday, Wolf." Thank you so much. Sorry, Sally Matthew. I can't see the. I don't think StreamYard shows the emojis. I'm not looking at the YouTube. I'm mostly for just to make sure that things are running smoothly. Sorry, smoothly on StreamYard. At least I try to avoid having YouTube and StreamYard open at the same time on tabs, considering that I have multiple tabs already open as it is. And so far, the laptop I recently bought has demonstrated um functioning really well, all things considered. These new HP laptops that they have now today, that they're actually they're actually pretty good. Actually, they're very pretty good. Oh, Dr. Y is putting together a Xenomorph Queen. Awesome, dude. And his neighbor says, right now it's a perfect time for a birthday stream. Today is a slow work day. Oh man, I feel bad for you, man. See, uh, I hate when work is slow for me too, and mostly because it's just boring. Other than that, like really real talk, it's just boring when work is slow. It like the day goes faster when work is fast. Like when we have a line, like a line at the theater, like that's where things are just popping. And by the time we were done, I'm like, I look at the time like, oh, we're close to finishing. Sweet. But like when it's like when we already got everything prepped and there's nobody coming in, I'm like, dude, come on, like, really? Nobody wants to come and watch a movie? Even a coworker has said, "I hope this day go. I hope the day stays slow." Like, and I look, I'm like, "No, you do not want the day to move slow. You will want to get out here fast. Like, do you really enjoy? Do you really enjoy waiting around in a concession, not doing a damn thing? Excuse me, everybody. Do you really enjoy that? No, seriously. I look at him dead in his face. Do you really enjoy that? Not doing a damn thing at work. I don't like it. It drives me crazy. So some insight to Samuel Proctor's work. He says, "I just deliver DoorDash and no one is ordering right now." Yeah, that sucks. Kind of sucks for those who do delivery, considering what we're dealing with. And we have the first person to arrive finally. He's the man.
What?
Hey, dude.
Hey, what up?
I was about to introduce your ass, but then when I popped you in, you started talking.
Hey
Let's
guys.
try this again. He is the man, the myth, the legend, traveling across the sea of stars from occupied imperial space. He is the man of the FN, the man of the number 2525. He is Trooper FN 2525, here to celebrate my birthday early. Go ahead, brother.
Hey guys, what's going on? And Happy birthday to Wolf here. It's Trooper FN2525 from Occupied Imperial Balmora. Just coming in to say hello, kind of hang out for a bit, see what's going on, talk about a few topics. Start throwing
Mm-hmm.
some stuff in the comics. Comics. I really
Let
wanted
me
to
get you.
talk about comics. Apparently, no. Yeah,
Yeah,
but go ahead and start tossing in your ideas in the comments, and we'll go from there.
yeah. This goes as a fun stream today, as usual. You guys can suggest any topics to talk about, or any future topics that you want to talk about. As a matter of fact, you can also volunteer as tribute for our project that I'm working that I want to get off the ground for a bit, called elevator pitch.
Hmm.
So I would like for anybody, don't be shy now. We're not gonna chow down on you. We're wolves, but we're not that hungry. No, but seriously though, guys, for those of you who are aspiring writers, comic writers, wherever me you want to go into, the ones that are really trying to step up to the plate to fire back against the woke entertainment, to try to preserve our culture, our cultural entertainment, our cultural influences, that you want to do that, right? So so if you want to do that, I'm getting together a particular string called elevator pitch. That idea that you want, if you want people to really work with you with it, to make your idea flow a little better, if you had any ways of how you can improve your work, don't be afraid. Just have a mic ready. You know, message me, message Trooper, message Schooner, message the Lady of Valor herself, who should be coming in pretty soon. Same thing with Schooner. Schooner said he's gonna be running late, but he'll be here. Um, Again, message any one of us, even the Wolf Commander. Let us know, so we can do elevator pitch, and a lot of you guys are looking around, finding people that are trying to look at your work, right? So why not let us open the door for you for a bit, so you guys can get a feel of what it might feel like. I may not be in the industry, but I have talked to somebody who has been in the industry, so I know. So I got a little taste of how one editor will look at your stuff, and one writer who has been in the industry will look at your stuff. So yeah, uh, Don Powell. So yeah, like I said, I can only do it if somebody's stepping up to the plate. It won't happen unless you guys take that step. So if you gotta there's some comments there I want to read.
Yeah, go for
If
it.
you let me stop myself real quick. So Melissa Harris has popped in, and she says, "Happy birthday, thank you." Now, mind you guys, today is not my birthday. It'll be this Saturday. Now, Saint Proctor asks, "How old are you going to be this weekend?" Now, unlike Leia, I'm going to tell you what my age is right now. Currently, I'm 33. I kid, I kid. I hope hope she don't catch that in the back watch. Well, she will. I'm
That's
already
right.
caught. I'm already caught. But yeah, I'm 33 currently, so obviously I'm going to be 34 this Saturday. So
Mm.
I'm actually proud. I'm actually proud. I'm actually happy. I'm actually embracing my age, unlike most people who want to fight the aging process. I'm like,
Mm.
okay, but me, I'm just like, bruh, I'm not like those people. I'm gonna embrace my age. If I look wrinkly, I'm gonna look wrinkly. If I got gray hair, I'm gonna show it. I'm honest. Okay, I got no idea of how to recolor my hair. All right, so I'm just gonna leave it be. I'm already like having a sort of a balding in the back of my head. It's not showing, but it's short. So I'm like, bruh, I did everything I could to preserve my hair over the years when I was young. I'm
Mhm.
like, you know what? There are little things that I need to just let it go. Just let it go. It's inevitable. It was inevitable. So just stylize and hold on to whatever hip hop I got left.
Right.
So Don Powell says he's looking forward to the elevator pitch. Dr. Wise says elevator pitch. I bet that phrase is what inspired Wonka to make the Wonka Vader. He also says, I started going great at 23, now I'm 30. I'm bordering on Steve Martin grayness. Probably was. I don't know how your biology works, but I would just. This is what I'm assuming that was probably stress in your life that was overtaking you when you went gray. And Sarah Proctor says lots of guys look better bald. I might as well just shave it all off and look like my dad. My dad's a cue ball. My dad's a cue ball. He used to he believe it or not he used to sport the Jerry curl. I don't know when he went bald.
Oh wow.
I don't think, truth be told, I don't think he went through male pattern baldness. I think he really just wanted to shave it all off. But the only answer I'm going to get is I only get my answer if I ever talk to the man, if and when I talk to the man.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But that's my speculation. My speculation is that he just didn't want to do it no more. Just didn't want to do it no more. It's
Hmm.
like it's easy for me to shave it.
Wow.
But he made. I remember this one talk he said one time when I was younger. He said to me, he's like, one of these days you're probably gonna shave your head bald like me. I was like, and I looked at him like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Why would I ever want to look like you? I mean, I already got your face, much of it, but why would I go bald like you? Then over the years, as I turned 30, I'm like, you know what? There might be a time where I'm prepared for it, but there might be a time where I'm going to get older, and the older I'm going to get, I'm actually considering shaving my head bald, and the idea is still there. And I'm like, maybe I should shave my hair bald. Maybe just go bald for one day and see if I look just like my dad,
That's funny.
or at least look like a young clone of him, like the clone of Picard and Star Trek Nemesis. You know,
Mm.
like I'm blanking on his name now because I haven't. Truth be told, guys, I haven't had much sleep last night.
Really?
So
Well, that kind of goes with me too. Like, I was pretty late staying up, and then I
yeah,
finally did get some sleep, but it wasn't any good sleep. So,
yeah. I think I'm gonna pick tonight for once to finally actually get in and commit to a sleep schedule to the sleep schedule I already had for myself.
yeah.
We all
Well,
we all feel. I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat can relate.
I mean, it depends. Like for me, I stayed up late. I actually got started late on cooking, and I ended up doing like a beef stew. But since I didn't have like a broth set up or anything like that, I had to start from I did everything from scratch. So I had to start with soup bones and then seasoning and then some butter. Start working on those soup bones for about maybe 1 or 2 hours. Finally got the beef broth done, and then I just kind of started adding stuff to it, and then just I just went from there. But I mean, that's just me in terms of like cooking and stuff like that. If you want to cook like that, or else just throw everything in a pot and warm it up and see what it turns up like. But yeah, when I did finally get some sleep, it wasn't that good, and I couldn't tell you
Yeah.
why. So
It truth be told, sleeping late is physically damaging. It really like you.
it really is.
I
It really is.
I'll just tell you my experience. Like the more I sleep late, about a week, it's like when you really feel it. Like on the fourth day, which is Thursday today, it's like my body hurts it in ways that just don't feel right. Um, I want to draw, but then I don't want to draw, and then I try to mentally try to push myself to draw. I put the sketchbook on my lap, and I'm still not drawing. I got the reference that I want to use for a particular drawing, and I'm like, oh, why am I so distracted? I get distracted too, more times ever. And even then, when I try to exercise, I'm like, bro, I can do it tomorrow. No, I don't want to think like that. I want to do it today, though. And it don't. Hey, Evie, by the way, thank you for the birthday wish. And mind you, my birthday's on Saturday. I'm just celebrating it early. And to specifically address Donnie Powell, yeah, I would want to have it open invitation, but yeah, considering what happened to Troy that one Friday, I just don't want to risk it.
Well,
So
here's
I
the
rather
thing. There's like a whole bunch of freaking porn bots on YouTube. There's also a bunch of trolls on YouTube. I mean,
yeah,
if you're not apprised to what the way YouTube works, and you just put up your StreamYard key to let anybody quote anybody come in, I mean that's literally what you're
that's all.
inviting. So
Yeah, bro. When I did that last time, I was a bit nervous because I was like, "Oh, who am I? Who am I inviting? This? Who am I inviting? I hope he
well,
ain't here to
let's put
debate."
it this way: if you're in like the, if you're in our group, if you're in our MeWe, there's nothing that says you can't send a chat. It says, "Hey, can I come in?" And it's not like we don't know you. So, but again,
Hmm.
it's not something that I would necessarily, if I was creating any content on YouTube, which is really funny, because I personally, I don't ascribe to the idea of creating any further content on YouTube. There's at this point the place to create content is on alternative platforms.
Yeah.
I'm not of the mind right now to go ahead and start churning out content for places like Odyssey. Telegram's another
Right.
one too. Not a lot of people use Telegram as a, like, Telegram has almost like what is a mass conference call type feature that you can actually do. You can actually do a broadcast on Telegram once you get used to it. So, but I mean, it just depends on what you use to actually record.
Hang on, Trooper, real quick.
Yep.
Everybody, welcome Evie. I believe this is probably her first or second time being here, but if it's the first time, welcome Evie to the UN Spacey, and welcome to the Will Commander Rumbles for the first time, if it's the first time, or welcome back for the second time or third time. So
Mhm.
everybody say hello to Evie. She and I met on Ishi stream,
Mhm.
and she's visited Sound Engraver streams plenty of times,
Mhm.
no, more times than I can count
Right.
on my hand. But yeah, that's where I know her from. For those who don't know her. So yeah, welcome to the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet, Evie.
Right. So,
Always recruiting. Turn your application.
yeah.
Be a pilot.
Be a pilot.
Uh
Be a pilot.
so
Y- y-
why why you know what? Since it's going my birthday,
Oh goodness.
I'm gonna really share some light into why I call it the UN Spacey. Why do I have the Robotech symbol? I basically is making it kind of Robotech theme, if you will.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Very very Robotech theme. And I've been a big fan of Robotech
Hmm.
since I've watched it when I was a kid, and since I completed the entire series as an adult. I've been a big fan of Robotech. So if you guys are, so Big Al has his Al pals. I don't know what Troy calls his people, but maybe we're his family now. Professor Geek has his army of geeks, I guess. Um, and Ishi, we're just assholes. Not kidding. But for me, I like to. My theme is once you join my stream, you are a member of the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet. We used to be the UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. Yes, when we're on screen, yes, we're the Wolf Squadron now. But when we first started, it was the Wolf Squadron. But now we got big people, more people. It's the UN Spacey
Hmm.
Wolf Fleet. So we were traveling around, solving problems, taking names, kicking some ass with our super dimensional fortress. For those who are not know, that's a big ass flying aircraft carrier that could turn into a big ass robot.
Well, it's honestly, it's
Hey,
finding some
Samuel
time
Lee.
to put into some animation for a really nice intro and kind of give it like a Robotech feel without stepping
Uh
on too much copyright. That would be pretty cool. That'd be really
huh.
cool.
Well, I envision it as we are basically just we're our own like collection of things. Like you got
Right.
your whole
But I mean,
You
that's
got your
how you
whole
create culture
clone
too.
trooper theme
Yeah.
going on. Leia Valor, she's all in the comic book, so I made her a bit kind of like a mixture of, since she liked to talk about her doll collection too. I put in a bit of a magical girl
Hmm.
spice into it, with a bit of a superhero spice into it. So there's that. Owen, of course, with his Guyver thing and his patriotism. So of course that's where the
Hmm.
Guyver patriot comes from.
Right.
And Schooner Tuna, again, he left me with he left me with nothing to work with. So I envision him with Shape of Water with a bit of alien or interdimensional alien or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I went Gunzo with him on that front. I look at that, I'm like, hmm, let's go Gunzo with this. Like you can't really we can't really identify what he's supposed to be, and he has no idea of what he's supposed to be. Well, he does, but he doesn't want to share that information with us because he lives in the basement.
So.
Brian Gilmore says so. Basically, it's the Astro Megazord. No, no, no. I mean, it kind of.
I'm not
Well,
saying anything. That's all.
here's the thing about
That's my opinion.
here's the thing. The super dimensional fortress was configured into a giant robot. It was
Hmm.
already a war machine when it landed on planet Earth on an island, and I think they call it in English though they call it Robotech Island.
Hmm.
I don't know. I could be misremembering on that front, but they basically commandeered it upon discovery, and they basically just learned the technology of it and configured it into a giant robot. It's the actual megaship is just a megazord. It
Hmm.
in the case of the super dimensional fortress, it doesn't move the way the megazord moves specifically. It's in fact, I hate to say it, guys, the Astro Megazord would lose against the super dimensional fortress.
Hmm.
That thing is that thing is massive and it's powerful. Like freaking what's interesting about here's another thing that's interesting about the super dimensional fortress. It's also a city deep built deep within. And we
Hmm.
have Leia plus size here. Hey Leia.
Hello, hello. Y'all doing
Hey,
well?
what's going
Sorry,
on?
I sorry I was a little late, but I had to.
Nah. I started early anyway, so everybody just popped in one at a time.
Yeah.
We're just missing Spooner. I've already covered Miura's passing Kentaro Miura for this is also for us Trooper as well. One of our famous mangaka or manga writer and artist Kentaro Miura had passed actually in the far beginning of this month. So
Hmm.
we got the news a bit it's not that we got the news a bit late. Like I said, for sake of brevity, people had waited for a while before they announced it, which is a respectful thing to do,
Hmm.
Hmm.
obviously.
Let's see.
Um, sad night for me to discover it last night before I went to bed
Oh
because
yeah, no.
he's one of my influences to my art, of course. He's the reason why I want to write bouncers now. But Matthew Flynn, what do you mean by the original anime that Robotech was based off? Are you talking about because I know Battletech had a hand behind of Robotech being created, but if there's something else that I'm not aware of, because even though I say I'm a fan, I'm just like I'm not that hip deep into it, or at least neck deep into it, other than my exposure to the anime series, and of course I saw the beginning part of Shadow Raiders or Shadow. I think it was Shadow Raiders. It was a CGI movie mixed with anime version of Robotech, and Mark Hamill was the voice of one of the characters, probably Rick Hunter, probably. I'm not sure, but I'll wait for your answer there. What you guys was gonna say, Leia? Trooper is already muted, so he'll be right back.
I was just going to say, well, first of all, it sucks to get news like that when you're turning in for the night. it's hard for you to sleep well. I did see the post that he passed away, and even though I'm not really familiar with his work, I know it still sucks just to get that kind of information. And I also was going to
Hmm.
say, I don't want to hold you up if you ever have to go ahead and start, because I'm back working from home now. So I
Yeah.
probably can't get on as early as you and the rest of the chat. So I just want to make sure I'm not holding you up and the rest of the chat up,
No, 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 no. You're fine.
because I can understand and I can just come on in whenever you get started. I just want to let you know that I I'm off now, but yeah, I try to get in as early as I can, but I have to make sure when I'm available. But I just want to make sure I'm not holding you up with your show and everybody to get going, because we're on different
Hmm.
time zones. So I don't want to hold
No,
you
it's
up
okay.
there.
Victoria Fagba also wishes me a happy
Oh,
birthday.
okay.
I also made
Yeah,
mention
I
earlier
wished you.
too. Oh, thank you too. Yeah, I caught that comment too. I also made mention that we lost Paul Mooney yesterday. So
Yeah,
that was
I didn't hear
that
about
was
it till
that
this.
was more.
I didn't hear about it this morning.
so so not only did I hear Paul Mooney from a friend who told me that Paul Mooney had passed, right? But the dagger
Right.
turned when I heard Miura passed. I was like, is 2021 trying to compete with 2020 now?
Isn't it?
I'm like,
I heard.
we lost a lot of big greats in the beginning of this year. But go ahead, continue.
I don't want to interrupt you. I'm going to let you go. I just want to say I didn't hear about Paul Mooney till this morning when I was logging on my job to work and I turned on my local news. It said it. So he passed last night. See, I didn't hear it till this morning about Paul Mooney.
Yeah,
So I'm late to the game. Uh,
no, you're not. If
oh,
it's next day, you're never late. If it's next day, you're
oh,
never
okay.
late. You're late
Okay. Well,
if it's 2 weeks if it's 2 weeks from now.
right. Well, go ahead and
That's
continue what
my
you were saying.
that's just how I see it. That's how I perceive it. Like if you hear it the next day, you're not late because it's still recent. It's still
Oh,
recent.
good. Okay.
They're gonna keep bringing that up at least until maybe 2 weeks after. Hey, Match, thanks for wishing me a happy birthday. It's this Saturday, by the way. So you guys know where to contact me to wish me a proper happy birthday. It's this Saturday, so don't you forget. I won't forget yours, so don't you forget mine. Oh man. So it's fun talk mostly for today. We can talk about topics or brainstorm topics for the future, because Match is going to be taking a break on his Culture Fortress. So me, I'm not ready to stop. I'm not ready to stop.
Okay.
I got momentum to keep going because I'm gonna hold that claim to fame. Like they'll say, Wolf never take breaks.
So when is Fortress done? Is it done on Tuesdays? On today is Thursdays. Is it done is it done every day, or is it just
No,
Tuesdays
it's
and Thursdays?
Tuesdays only. Tuesdays
Oh,
only.
okay.
If for him, sometimes they do it every other Tuesday. Sometimes he does it every Tuesday. It I'm guessing since people are joining up now to add their 2 cents about talking about projects and shows. Oh, we know Melissa. We talked about that earlier. But she's talking about Miura. Excuse me. Whew. Thing was hard. That thing was having a hard time trying to come out of me. I hate when that happens. Don't you hate when you try to burp, it just wants to stay in your throat?
Right.
And then
Yeah.
when you and then your gag reflexes kick up and your throat swallows the burp. And boy, you do not want that to happen. Let me tell you, everybody. I'm pretty sure you guys have had that happen, but you do not want that to happen. It's like somebody just straight up punch you in your throat and shove the needle there at the same time. That's not comfortable. But
Mm-mm.
yeah, I was forcing it out. So you ain't fit to swallow this burp today. That's gonna hurt. And I'm gonna be really pissed. Now I gotta feel that and talk at the same time. And they say sore throats were bad. Nah, you ain't never experienced you swallowing a burp. I digress. Where was I? I was talking about something. Lost my train of thought there. Uh, okay. So let me retrace my steps real quick. So it's mostly a fun stream today. Like I said, we can talk about topics or talk about brainstorming future topics. I did announce about the elevator pitch, Leia. So everybody, hopefully those who do catch this on the backwash and those who are here with us to have fun knows what's up of how the elevator pitch is gonna be set up. So, by the way, guys, next Tuesday, of course, just a reminder, is fancy. Is it? Yeah, fancy. Yeah, excuse me. Fancy studio office where we act out being studio executives or hiring executives where we get the most where we do the most outrageous takes on anybody who's trying to be a helpful. So we get to act out you know an SJW's perspective on how to get hired into a studio that's there to make money mostly. Yeah, Brian, I could tell you how many times that happened to me. It hurts bad and it sticks with you for a while until the burp finally gets out. That's the only time it'll stop hurting is once you finally get the burp out. Like ugh, ugh. And they say toilet humor is bad. Oh man, where is Schooner? Hopefully he'll be showing up here soon. But yeah. So how's your day so far and work,
It's
Leia?
not too. It wasn't too bad today. We are unusually warm today for May. May right now the temperature feels like August here in Michigan, so it is very hot today. And it wasn't. It is very hot today. It wasn't too bad. So I didn't have too much of a bad day today, but it is unusually warm. Not that I don't like warm, but it's hotter than
Mm-hmm.
normal. So we're having an early heat wave here going on right now, which is okay. I'm
Right.
happy that the sun is out, but now I've got to readjust to the hot weather. That's the way it is here in Michigan. And then I have to go shopping. I have to find me a new uh, flat screen TV or something. I just noticed it this morning when I was sitting down to work and I turned on my TV to watch the news. It's like it's not huge, but it's noticeable, like a little line or scratch or something in the middle of the screen. Has anybody
Mm-hmm.
ever faced that or had that on their flat screen TV before? I don't know what it is. I don't know. I maybe something I could have bumped it, whatever. I don't know. But I when you step back far, you can't see it. But if you're close up, you can see it. So I don't know how long it's been there, but I just noticed it
Yeah.
this morning. And has anybody had
Which size you gonna go for? By the way,
uh
if you're gonna go invest in one.
maybe a 23 inch, 23. I don't really need a really super big one, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe 23 inches or 23 to 36, perhaps.
Right.
Perhaps. But I don't know. Has anybody ever had that on their flat screen TV when you're getting a new
I
one? Have
have
you ever
not
had a scratch or
experienced one,
anything?
but
I don't know what.
I I don't have one of those, but I know I need to clean my screen off. It's dirty. It's
Oh,
got splash
maybe
stains
Oh,
on
your
it. And
screen is dirty.
yeah, my screen is dirty.
maybe the screen is dirty. Maybe that's what that is. Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably it's probably been there. I don't know how long it's been there. Just
But
saying. I
Yeah.
me,
just
knowing me, I'm saying knowing me, I'm lazy, 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 and I'm just like I do it when I feel like it. It's just a TV, and the wife ain't complaining either. So
Mm-mm.
no wife's
It's
complaining about it.
it's not so bad, but I don't know how much longer I can ignore it. It's like, oh, I'm tired of looking at this thing going down my
Yeah,
TV. I think it's time to go
it's one
shopping.
of those cases too. Sometimes when you get tired of looking at it.
Here's my thing. If you let something like that go for too long, and say your HOA has to come in because you have some form of plumbing issue that you have going on in one of your master bedrooms, uh, it's gonna suck when you have to literally dust off everything so that people aren't like, "Wow, your house is dusty." That's literally what I ended up having. The first thing that came through my mind, I panicked. I'm like, I gotta clean up. I was like, darn, there's so much dust. That was the first thing that came through my mind. Not the get the bathroom ready to have them go ahead and assess the
Mm-hmm.
leak. It's the ooh, it's dusty in here.
The
So
littlest things,
yeah,
that
yeah,
come after.
yep, yep.
Oh man, and that's what people. I'm like, it's crazy how we tend to take those type of things for granted. But when it actually come and becomes a problem, of course, that's when you really like start panicking. It's like, oh well, I don't even got a duster. I don't even got a Swiffer, and I gotta do all this by hand with towel.
Well, you can always go to Etsy and get yourself a little handmade duster. That's pretty
True,
cool. Yeah.
true. But other than that, so we talked about Muir, we talked about Paul Mooney. Anybody really have? I know Trooper has a lot to say today.
Well, I mean, it depends on
There are
what
a
you
couple.
want. Yeah, like depends on what you want
No.
to,
This is
what you want
bruh,
us to cover. I mean, I can
bruh,
talk about anything.
bruh.
I mean,
I have a
What
few
does the
things on
banner
my mind.
say at the bottom?
let's have fun today.
I have a question. I have a question about the
Huh,
Office Fantasy. Now, is
yeah.
that going to be something that we ourselves will pick up, or is this just specifically Wolf, like for you, or is it something that we have a fantasy office or fantasy,
All
something
of
like
us.
that? Like
It's just it's
if
think of it as in living color, but in an office setting.
Oh goodness,
okay,
We're kind of we're going to be exaggerating and
goodness.
parroting and even then we can also play out like somebody who's actually hopeful, who's there to not push a message but push their idea, like their
Hmm.
like their idea of a story, I'll give you two examples. Like the first half of the stream, right? We got
hmm
these overly exaggerated SJWs coming in hoping to get their message through the company.
Oh
Then later on,
goodness.
we got people who are actually just there to go in, either work for us and still continue to write for us, to do art for us, or they want to push their ideas for a story and stuff like that. Pitch is what I'm saying. Pitch.
Hmm.
So that's what we're gonna do. This is like I want I know we like to talk about the serious topics and stuff like that, but I also still want to push the fun stuff too going forward, while we're still
okay,
brainstorming on topics to talk about. Just like the Tuesday after fancy studio
Hmm.
office, we're gonna be talking about villains, and we have a lot to talk about on villains. So really basically what I'm doing is trying to make us like recharge a bit, relax for a while until we had the chops to get back on to doing what everybody love us for doing, which is slamming on people and slamming on these dumb ideas for how they write and stuff. So
Hmm.
we're definitely gonna be talking about villains. For instance, I definitely want to talk about Loki, which is, yes,
yes,
it's an outdated article. Make no mistake about that. I am admitting that the article is outdated. It was released in 2017, but it still resonates to how they're writing villains these days. Nowadays, once the villain comes out, they have to pull this whole backwater information about, oh, they were good this whole time. Then how are they villains then? How are
Hmm.
they villains if they've been good this whole time? You can't
I agree.
and don't try to twist it and turn and try to call them villain protagonists. That's not a villain protagonist. Light Yagami is a villain protagonist. All right. Uh, Johan from Monster is a villain protagonist. If you really look into his backstory, Johan from Monster, he's a villain protagonist in his own story inside
Hmm.
of Monster. Who's another villain protagonist? Saw, Jigsaw. Jigsaw's a villain protagonist in the schooner. We have the man underneath the basement with good Wi-Fi. Schooner the tuna. Schooner tuna.
Happy birthday, Wolf! Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is Schooner Tuna.
A
Got some
merry, very
time.
young
Figured I'd
birthday
drop.
to me.
Yep. Got some time. Figured I'd stop on in. What you guys talking about?
So far we're I'm giving there. I'm basically trying to get everybody up to speed of where we're going for
Oh, cool.
for the future episodes. Also, I did bring up Miura, sadly, and Paul Mooney. Also sad that we lost him too. A big great. Hey Greeny, thank you for having me for yesterday, by the way. And sorry about your stream, your gaming stream. She had technical difficulties on the game stream, but apparently her regular stream was working just fine. That sucked. Anyways, I digress. But you just coming in while I'm talking about what we're gonna be talking about after Studio Office. We're gonna be talking
Elevator
about villains. No. Elevator pitch is sometime if somebody ever decides to. That's gonna happen if somebody outside of us is gonna contact us. They need a
okay.
mic, by the way. So they have to either contact us through you, Trooper, me, Leia. If you guys know who we are, where we are, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do one of these days. I'm gonna get around to editing my YouTube so I can get all my social links on there so you guys can contact me too. But anyways, yeah. So elevator pitch, it's gonna happen unless somebody contacts us. We'll see. Maybe Owen Lister. Hopefully Owen Lister I'll probably get Owen Lister on the stream, but I think he can only do weekends, so that's gonna be a tough one. It's probably it's one of the reasons why I want to get off my behind and start applying for a new job so I can get a better schedule for this. Hopefully we'll be doing this in the evening from now on. I don't know if you guys are okay with that.
To me, it doesn't
I
matter
would
as
be
long as I
okay.
have a
I would be
schedule for it.
right now. I'm working from home, so any
Yeah,
way you do it would be okay for me. If you want to do it in the evening, I'll be perfectly fine with that.
because I know
I'm flexible right now.
I know I'm already like acclimated to the afternoon side of things, and I think everybody's pretty much cool with me being afternoon, so they don't have to miss my stream. And of course, I don't want it helps me to get around the whole conflicts with everybody else's streaming
Mm-hmm.
because I know once I was in Culture Fortress, Professor started his Couture stream. And I
Oh
said and I
man,
said and I said in
the
the back of
choice
my
is
mind.
real.
I said in the back of my mind, damn it, Prof, I'm in Culture Fortress.
But
Or
that's the
or there were
beauty. Well,
times,
that's the beauty. That's the beauty of these recordings, though. We can always catch on the backwatch.
yeah. But I usually want to make it to a stream so I can silently judge him on his on
Oh
his
God.
on his morality decisions in Couture.
Mm-hmm.
And Schooner, you probably play Couture, right? Everybody
Yeah,
play
I
Couture.
do. Yeah.
Everybody's familiar with Couture. Yeah. So like
Yeah.
I do harken back to a situation where he has a choice between giving a robot back to his master, who lost her husband recently, has been treating the robot as if the robot is her husband. And I said, don't you dare give that robot back. I'm paraphrasing what I said. It's like, don't you dare give that robot back to that woman. Let that woman move on to someone else. Kill the robot. Destroy it. It's the only way to do it. She needs to move on, Prof. She needs to move on. And of course, everybody heard the story of the robot. The robot specifically said he wanted to be destroyed. You are giving him, he is giving you permission to kill it. He is giving you the permission to euthanize it.
In many circles, you can even say that's one of the first real choice the robot had in the matter, choosing how it wanted to leave the world.
But yeah,
I remember that too.
I like Sam Project's comment about the droid thing. He has long story short, he ended up giving it back to the to Leia, and I looked at him like, you disgust me. like you like from that like you was never gonna leave. I'm never gonna let you live this one down, Prof. Until he returns to, no sooner than you got that one little girl who was separated from her family thanks to the Mandalorians, right? He
Mhm.
gets her back, and I said, "Okay, you did right this one time, so all is forgiven. But I'm still not gonna let you live it down. I will remind you on occasion where you try to say this kind of when you say something, I'm like, hey, remember that time with that droid? Watch out for that.
You can always say you let the droid live.
Especially another night. I think it was Monday night, I believe, and he was dismantling a droid. And I said, "Oh, I put in. I'm paraphrasing, by the way. My contact. Oh, sure, dismantle a droid and remove all its functions, but letting a droid be a slave to a sex slave to a woman. That's perfectly fine.
A woman who clearly has some psychological issues.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's like yeah. Enable some woman's crazy delusions. That's perfectly fine. Hey, prof, you dismantle this assassin. Like he wanted me to disable his he didn't want to kill no more. Yeah, but the droid back then on Tatooine didn't want to be felt upon by a woman, did he? Yeah. I'm gonna remind you this, but I'm not gonna stretch this joke too long. But hey, when it comes up, it's gonna come up. It's gonna bruh, you got some like for a guy who's on the righteous path, you got some mixed moral values there. It's like giving a dog. It's like giving a woman back her dog. Like that's not the same thing.
No, exactly. No, that's not giving a woman back a lost dog. That's okay. That's looking at one of those posters that says "lost dog reward." You go to the shelter, get the same dog, and then try to dye the dog for a different color, and then give it back for the reward money.
By the way, hey Eloise, hey Victoria, and hey Agent Boomer for joining me today on the early birthday stream. My birthday's on Saturday, guys, so remember seeing your happy birthdays there.
You can just put that on the banner. It says,
might as well, right?
Saturday.
My birthday's on Saturday. Yeah, might as well change the banner, right? Thank you, Schooner Trooper.
Oh yeah.
Y'all names are bleeding together. I think I'm losing my mind here, guys. I think I need to go outside for once. Have a whiff of the
I know,
fresh
right?
air.
I actually step outside and
Didn't it feel good?
Get some
Didn't it feel
vitamin D.
good?
Stepping outside. Oh goodness, I don't know when that'll happen, especially here in Nevada. I mean, casinos are kind of pushing to open, but they're not because I mean, either way, they're still making money. I mean, that's how casinos are. Most of the big box retailers, they're going to be staying on the COVID mask. They're going to be staying on the COVID mask, maskophilia thing for a while. I mean, although it's proven that.
Let me warn Eloise real quick because she says she's thinking about reading Berserk. For you, Eloise, and it's got nothing to do with you being a woman. This goes for anybody who has the faint.
Are you mansplaining?
I'm just pointing that out there, man.
Right.
I'm just pointing it out there. I don't care what anybody has to say for the matter of what I'm doing for this lady. Okay, I'm just saying this has nothing to do with you being a woman. This goes for both man and woman who have the faint of heart. And if you do decide to read Berserk, and if you don't like it, you're not hurting my feelings. You just one of those few that don't like it. That's fine. But just let
Berserk makes Game of Thrones look like Disney. It looks like Bambi.
Yeah.
It makes Game of Thrones look like
pretty
Bambi.
much. Yeah, Berserk was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones, and Berserk was handled way better than what Game of Thrones even produced. even though I'm reading Fire and Blood, like at least Miura's not going around talking about a dude's penis all damn day.
Mhm.
You know what
Well,
Miura does? You know what Miura does? He put a whole bunch of penises on page, and
yeah.
they're not really penises. They're just shaped in the form of penises. When we get to the apostles, I mean,
Mhm.
when you really get into the apostles, oh
Yeah.
boy, Leia, if you saw any
I don't know.
screenshots of it, I'm just saying, if you saw any screenshots of Berserk, the first thing you'll see is apostles, and the moment you might think, is this a hentai? No,
Dude.
it's
Oh
a it's a
goodness.
it's a seinen. Seinings are
And
like that.
the first image I remember seeing that attracted me to Berserk actually was the dragon on the castle. I forget what it was called. I mean, that sheer detail alone, hence why it took so long to get these comic books out, because this guy's meticulous to detail was wow.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you saw like a war breakout in Berserk, almost every soldier had different, well, at least in the case of mercenaries, just about every mercenary warrior had different styled armor, even different designed helmets. Helmets that even look like gimp helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
some of the armor look like BDSM fetish
Oh goodness.
clothing. I mean,
Well, it
some of
started
the
in the 80s. The series started in the 80s and was going on to present.
Dr. Wise says, "Are we talking about a guy who used to tease about tentacles and having damsels in a dungeon?" No. If
No.
that's
Nah, this isn't what is it, tentacle, whatever they call that.
yeah, tentacle hentai, there's a lot of
although
penis
oddly
hentai,
enough
but not
although
tentacle.
oddly enough that would still outsell most of the freaking comics,
Yep,
Western comics, because
there's a
guess what,
lot.
they still have a storyline and their characters aren't weird. So
That too, but there's a lot of sexually repressed people out there that eats this stuff up in droves, just
yeah,
like the 50 Shades crowd.
yeah.
Um,
I mean,
Can
it's
I
its
let
own
me go ahead, interject if you will, Leia Valor.
well, this is off topic, but if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
This is going back to a suggestion that I don't know. I think you and Scooney gave it to me on Tuesday about X-Men Evolution, and there was an episode with Wolverine and Captain America, or
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Captain America storyline. Since I had never seen it and I've never really watched X-Men Evolution, I decided to check the episode out, and then I'm going to binge probably this evening X-Men Evolution so I can watch it
Sweet.
Oh,
and
you're in
see
for
it.
a treat. Oh, you're in for a treat.
It looks
You know,
good.
I forgot to mention that time when we brought it up because I was busy for a while. But
Mhm.
they had a unique way of how they put Cap on ice. Because in
That's
every Cap story, he's always on ice, right? In the
right,
beginning of the timeline. But that was a
right.
unique way of how they did that in this universe of X-Men. I like that.
I was just about to tell you that I like the way the storyline they used to keep him on ice. I like the way that they did that. That he's still in the modern age, but he's under, but he's being protected by Shield, and they have him while he's asleep. But I love to say I loved the whole episode. That whole episode, that cartoon, that episode was more entertaining than anything the Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier has ever had. That
Oh,
really
you know what thing I forgot
was
to
good.
mention? Sorry. I
Go
forgot to
ahead.
mention on Tuesday, Leia Valor.
Go ahead.
Silent Graver had watched Captain America and the Winter Soldier, and she loved Sam in that movie. And I made a comment to her and I said,
Mhm.
Leia plus size will be most proud of you.
Yes, I people think I hate Sam. I don't hate Sam. I like him in that film. I have nothing against him in that movie because he was the Falcon, and that's it's too bad we're not going to get to see more of that because I liked
Mhm.
him. He was fine
Nope.
as Falcon, but he's lost that. He's lost his identity because they figured
Your
to make him more
name is
valid.
Falcon.
He's lost his identity because of identity politics.
Exactly what you were about to say, Commander. I totally.
Your name is Falcon. Wait, your name is Captain.
Captain.
It's Falcon. Your name is Captain. It's Falcon.
But bringing it
Captain
back
America.
just building off of what Lady Brawler is saying, the episode also shows why Captain America, much like Superman in his DC universe, why he's loved by every hero in the Marvel universe and even has the respect of many villains.
Yes, I totally agree with that, Scooney, because I loved how that was so beautifully written in this cartoon. How they wove. You have Captain America, the aspirational hero. You have Wolverine, who's
Cathartic
not a bad
motivation.
guy. Yeah, not a hero. And then you have the villain, which is Magneto. And but to have the backstory of Logan or Wolverine, like you said, having so much respect for Steve Rogers, and then you also have Magneto some way respecting Rogers as well, because he returned the life for life, because he spared, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, he spared oh my God, his name slipped my mind that fast. The one that can jump in and out. Oh, his name slipped my mind that fast.
Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler. Yeah, he spared Nightcrawler's life, and the reason he did it is because he remembered that Steve Rogers saved him from that camp in Poland, and Wolverine also seemed to respect that, because he smiled at the end when Magneto, he Rogers down, but he knew, he remembered what Wolverine and Rogers did for him, and because of that, he spared Nightcrawler's life. And I said, "Oh my God!" But that's how it's. There's a little bit of goodness in Eric. There's a little bit. There's some goodness in Magneto, and that is so well how that was written. But to me, that's how. But that's how you take a character that's supposed to be the bad guy, but I think that's a good way of giving him some sort of conscious, or some, or showing him that there is some care for there. And Wolverine was okay with it, because he gave a little smile at the end, and that was so beautifully written. That was that. So that tells me it can't be done. But and also how you take it doesn't victimize Eric in a way.
You can go back and check out me and Schooner's stream about that episode.
I think I'll do that.
I think that was season 3, right? Or was it season 2? It was season 3 or 2 when they went on that mission.
You know what? Either way, just watch them, because those are enjoyable streams, anyways.
I'm gonna go back and do that, since I just watched the episode, and I also liked how it made, like, I've got to go back and binge X-Men Evolution myself, but I liked how Wolverine and Professor X were talking about it. And it seemed like they weren't as antagonistic as they are in the film. I don't know. You guys know the show. I have to go back and look at your stream. Is how the Wolverine's relationship to Professor X and X-Men
It's really
Evolution.
good for the most part. They have this in the case of Wolverine and Professor X and X-Men Evolution, they have this more I would say they kind of have that same bond that Xavier and Eric had back when they were friends. Because there are times even Wolverine will mention that he even asks what's the point, but Charles still reassures him that we can still fight this fight. And of course, unlike Magneto, Wolverine says, "Okay, if you still believe it, I'm going to believe in it." And he has that same he also has that same relationship with Aurora Monroe in X-Men Evolution too. But here's the thing here's the difference between Logan and Aurora. I'm saying their names because I respect them that much. And I love their names.
Oh,
names,
yes.
And that's my OCD kicking in. Names are important to me. but the difference between Aurora and Logan is that Logan will sometimes question. At times will question when it counts and when it's needed. Aurora will question only when she has her own doubts too, but on the same token, Aurora is loyal to a fault.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
She
Okay.
believes in Professor's cause because he recruited her, and it wasn't even no black thing, white thing, nothing. It's that she believed in his vision, which is
Mm-hmm.
how
That
she steps up.
and it ties beautifully into her past because she actually had what Magneto, what's not Magneto, certain mutants like to present themselves as above and superior to humanity. Aurora Storm was worshipped as a goddess, and she didn't like it. It was like
Right.
this was not because they were treating her very differently, and she kept wondering, do they really like me for me, or do they like me because of what I can give? And I
Mhm.
always thought that was, and that's why I always thought she went to join Professor X's cause because she wanted to be seen as a person, not her powers.
Mhm.
Right. I agree. And
Real quick,
that's the
guys. Real quick, guys. I have Green's comment hovering for too long. I gotta read it real quick because I've been wanting to read it for a while.
go ahead.
she and this is Professor related, of course.
Go right
Pun
ahead.
intended. But she says all this talk. She says, Wolf Tamia, all this talk of droids is reminding you of become human. The prof needs to stay away from the game. Here's the thing, Greenie. I am hoping he would play that game because I want to see how frustrated he gets messing with those QTEs. I really would love to see him just like lose his mind and shout "wall chicken" for once. And also, Dr. Wise says I was referring to the prof and the droid thing. We used to kid him about tentacles and stuff. Oh yeah. When the anime community used to bust in and talk about tentacles and whatnot, and oh, she responded to my comment. She said, "At least you didn't buy the season pass." Nah, that'd be a waste of money. She's talking about Life is Strange, Beyond Two Souls, all these QTE based movies like Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Mhm.
I can't get into those games. I'm sorry. I tried. I tried with Life is Strange. The first 2 episodes, I'm like, uh, done. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Um,
I have a soft spot for him. I played The Wolf Among Us. I love that game.
I heard it's good, but I'm not. But yeah, Telltale's The Walking Dead
It's
was not
it
not
is
not
it is
was a
a
deal
Telltale.
breaker. Yeah, Telltale's a deal breaker. Just having the Telltale name is just a deal breaker for me. I was like, nope, nah, not doing it. I don't do point and click adventures anymore. I tried. I tried, man. I did
Mhm.
try, but
Well, the
I
important
digress.
thing is you try.
Yeah, it's like I didn't. I wanted to try out Beyond Two Souls, but it's on PS3, so I was like, I don't got a PS3, so no harm, no foul. And Beyond Detroit Become Human, I think it's on both consoles, right?
Yes, it
Or
is.
just PS? Yeah. I was like, soon as I saw David Cage's name, I was like, nope, nope, nope. I don't like David Cage. No, just the name alone is already pushing me back. Nope, not doing it. Not doing it because he's just in. The problem I have with David Cage is that he's disingenuous on what his themes are in his games. He is very disingenuous. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
No, Eloise. No, it's just boring for me. I can't stand point and click games. You just walk a person, point, click, walk, point, click, and then you sit the controller down and let it go. That's not fun for me. That's not fun. If I want to watch a movie, I'll watch a movie. That's the problem with David Cage. He makes he said in his first game, Prophecy, I'm here to make an interactive movie. Okay, so why don't you make a movie?
That
Why
would
didn't you
be
make a movie?
that's true. I mean, he hit it big with, if I recall, didn't he hit it big with Heavy Rain?
Yeah, yeah. Everybody's still singing the praises of Heavy Rain. I watched my friend play the game. I'm like, what is this? What is this?
Mhm.
I'd rather be playing Arkham City or Devil May Cry. I'm like, bruh, what? Like David Cage. Why are you wasting your time with video games? Make a movie. Be a director. You
I
got
don't know.
look. You got decent writing chops. Make a movie, David Cage. Just make a movie. That's it. If you want to make a movie, you can do it. You got the money.
Show me the
At
money.
least, at least
Oh
hire
my.
somebody to do it for you. At least hire somebody to do it for you. Just like I will say this. As bummed I am about where our two tragedies have happened, I am happy about one thing that's coming up. Um, there's a game that I've been waiting to buy for a long time, and we almost thought it was going to development hell. Biomutant. It's going to be released sometime on 25th this month. So I'd rather be playing that game than Beyond Two Souls or Detroit Become Human. I will give David Cage this though on my final thoughts on David Cage. He does make some pretty looking games. He 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 does have a really good talented creative crew with him. So I will give him that. But I'm like, dude, why can't this just be a movie? Why can't it just be a movie? That's all. That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Right.
But could see
It's true too. I mean, they got. It's true too. I mean, some of his games are pretty awesome. They're well written characters and they look great too. But I will agree with what you're saying. A lot of it is just point and click, and a lot of it you can't really affect the outcome. It kind of more or less has, except with Detroit anyway. Got like 1 of 5. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
uh to address Matthew Flynn, he says, does that mean you'll be at my Ben 10 streams? I thought talking about Ben 10, Alien Force will grab your it has my attention. The problem is I work. Once I wake up, I gotta get ready for work. I can't I actually, you know what? Let me know what time. I might try to make it and we'll see. But when it comes to work, that has to take top priority because I have to get ready for it. And my wife
Mhm.
drops me off to work. So I can be there on time. And I'm always about punctuality. So I like to get to my work on time. That's the reason why that's why I really want to go ahead and apply to new jobs so I can do this stuff. Like if I land a job that allows me to be off on weekends and still do
Yeah.
Wolf Commander Rambles on a later time, work in the morning, get off and get on StreamYard and do and continue Wolf Commander Rambles, and then be with you guys on the weekends since I got weekends off, if need be, if that is the case, you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But if I have a morning job, then that's a no, man. I'm sorry. To
Maybe,
quote Pootie
maybe
Tang,
I'm sure he understands. Maybe you could listen. Is there any way you can listen to his Matthew? If you're listening, maybe he can listen to your back watch, and then maybe he can leave a comment for you. When he gets the chance to do so, and
that
then
can
when the
be
stars,
that's doable.
yep, and when the stars align, you'll be able to talk about it. Or he can go to MeWe if he wants to leave you some sort of message, and you message him back, and then when the stars align for you to meet up, maybe you can
Better
come
yet,
back to the conversation.
better yet, what I could do also, I can create my own stream for you, and we can do a talking Ben 10 Alien Force between me and you, Matthew, and with the rest of U.N. Spacey, just like what we did when we invited you in that one time. Because I'm pretty sure you find ways to fit yourself into the streams. So I could also do that for you too. We can I I would love to talk to you about Alien Force because that's actually my favorite Ben 10 series. Despite what people say about that series, that
Mhm.
Ben 10, because a lot of people have said a lot, but I love it. I really loved Ben 10 Alien Force. I love the growth Ben goes through in that show. Excuse me, the dynamic between him and Kevin, the dynamic between him and Gwen, and even especially with Uncle Max. Was it Uncle Max? It's going to help me
Mhm.
out here. It's Uncle Max,
Uncle
right?
Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Uncle Max being missing, and they had to. That's basically just them just having to mature without the parental adult guiding them. So I like that, and I also like the hybrid. The hybrid was actually an interesting adversary to face because they were so powerful. Like they didn't even need the crazy thing about the hybrid was the fact that they could take on any alien that except for Alien X, except for Alien X, but like any other alien that Ben tried to throw at them, they just wreck him. Thank you,
Mhm.
Grandpa Max, not Uncle Max, Grandpa Max. Yeah, like the hybrid, like Ben throws any alien at them, they freaking just wrecks that alien. Even even if he finds a way to try to overpower them, they still hold the upper hand. They're very durable species. That was like even the DN aliens. The DN aliens were like a force to be reckoned with too, despite being foot soldiers.
Yeah.
So that's what I loved about Ben 10. Basically, Ben 10 Alien Force. I did like, of course, I do love OG Ben 10, but there are times I can't stand Kid Ben 10. Even when I was younger, I couldn't stand Kid Ben 10. I'm like, am I just getting older? I just can't stand kid characters now.
Oh, especially now, the way the kid characters are written.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
Ben 10's a saint compared to these kids. Excuse me.
yeah, I was going to say the same thing as I agree with Scooney that the way I think it's the way they write the kid characters now that makes them unappealing. Because sometimes I look back at shows from back in the day when they were kid shows, and I still like peeking at them from time to time. But now, oh no, no, not the way they write them now. Not the way they
No,
write for them now. Goodness,
it's basically
especially for
the kid is
girls.
like this. Yeah, exactly. It's also like the kids are basically, I don't know, they're like the smartest person in the room. Not like, but not, but like what I mean is they're like giving the adult advice.
Oh yeah. That's been
Right.
propaganda they've been putting out for, I want to say, probably almost the last 2 decades. I mean, we didn't see. I mean, for us and in our group, I mean, unless we were watching contemporary television, like say Married with Children or say like The Simpsons, we wouldn't have like noticed it because that was the entertainment of the day. So, but now we see it because as adults, it's so easy to just pick out now. It's so obvious. So,
Yeah, because
where
I say now the I think Scooney has a point that they have the kids telling adults what to do, and I see that, and I go, I
yeah.
don't know how they get away with this stuff now, but I know if I was growing up with my mom and I tried to tell them what to do, but my face would hit the wall.
Here's the
I would
thing:
be
the
put in
90s.
my place so bad.
It's like the father figure is an idiot. The mother figure rolls her eyes because she knows best, and the kids are
Hmm.
the smart ones in the room, and they
Yeah,
pretty much do whatever they want. They go in and out as they please.
And don't
It's
get me wrong, the kid
That's why I
characters
like.
having moments. Oh, go ahead, Wolf.
That's why I like the Mitchells versus the robots. Recently, I watched it on Netflix. This movie called The Mitchells. Originally, it was titled Connected, but they
Mm-hmm.
retitled it to The Mitchells versus Machines. None of these characters were that woke standard fair. Like the dad may be a goofball, but he's good at what he does, which is nature and stuff like that, like crafting and building and stuff. The mom is like very supportive. She can also be very consoling to the father in his plight. The daughter is not this all super smart, super intelligent person. Like her like she let's just say her IQ level got her into art school.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever her IQ level, it's up for debate. It's speculated. It can be speculated, right? But she but
Mhm.
she but everything else she's kind of a goofball about. Like she's socially awkward. She thinks differently than everybody else. She's very out of the ordinary, basically foppish, if you will. The son
Mhm.
hmm
is, well, the son. He's very he was like me back in the days when I was like very crazy about dinosaurs. Still am, but like to the extent that he was, that's where I was. Not to the point where I'm just going around asking, "Do you know about dinosaurs? Do you want to talk to me about dinosaurs? Do you want to talk to me about dinosaurs?" Or I just go, "Oh, that's scientifically inaccurate." Not like that, but like, but I was crazy about dinosaurs. But like he's a goofball too. Like the whole family is a goofball, basically.
Yeah.
And then you put them next to this family that's like, pristine and and beautiful and all. But
Yeah, like you were saying, because I saw in the trailer of that, I didn't know if that was any good. Now that you said it might be that is good, I might just take some time to look at that.
forewarning,
Mm-hmm.
forewarning, it does have some cringe humor. It's not
Okay.
it's not in abundance though. It's not in abundance. However, this is weird. This movie actually referenced Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. It is allowed that. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
Even oh my goodness, I was like, whoa! Did this movie just say Instagram? Did this movie just say Facebook? Did this Are they using YouTube? Not no made up YouTube? No made up
Mm-hmm.
Facebook? What? What kind? How much money did y'all have to pay to actually say that in your movie?
Mm-mm.
Now makes a lot
Oh
of
my!
sense why YouTube, Facebook are advertising the crap out of the show.
Product placement.
Well, movie.
There you go.
Movie? It's not a show. It's a movie.
Yeah, but it's wholesome. Let's just say that it's very wholesome. It's got some hiccups, but it's very wholesome, and the family actually do come together in the end.
Mhm.
Like they're kind of they're not, let's say, estranged, but like they're kind of dysfunctional in their way, in their own way. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I hope they do make a show out of it. Probably not. You know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Don't make a show out of it. It was already the movie's already completed. Hey, Maddie.
It's back to what Trooper said, and I totally agree with that. I don't like the way these shows are right. Boys are totally getting ignored. They're totally ignoring boys. You can't just wipe a whole gender off the earth. And dads as father figures. They're awesome fathers
Yeah.
out there. Are very good father figures and love and care for their family and their wives and children. And Hollywood has just gone crazy bonkers. First of all, just leaving boys out. If they only have boys in a show, it's only to prop up their Mary Sue
Oh, we can
driven
make
little
this a
girl.
topic to talk about too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
I won't say.
here's the thing, and it's like I don't have kids, but like my friends have like started having kids, and some of them actually right in high school were popping out kids. But it's really funny. The ones that were actually popping out kids in high school they didn't go anywhere. But she more like that particular friend ended up having a relationship with someone else who had kids later on, all girls. So I mean that was pretty easy. She just had her first boy like a few years ago. And boys are for the most part very different. Boys need a lot of space to be able to run around, to have fun, to explore, and it's, for me anyway, in my experience, like having come across what I'm seeing now, it's especially if you're a single parent versus if you're a two-parent family. A single parent has to make a lot of time for a boy. You just have to. And you do need a father figure in there because they have to be socialized. They have to start finding out their character. I mean, boys pretty much start finding out who they are in terms of character pretty early. And it kind of changes slowly into puberty, but for the most part, it's the boy you have with you now is going to be the boy who you're going to more or less have. So when you see, programming that's not being geared towards them, and I'm not saying put them in front of a tablet, but I'm saying, programming that's
Actually, if anything, we got to get some of these kids away from these tablets.
yeah. It's not like G.I. Joe or He-Man where they always had like a good message at the very end, nothing like that.
Right.
It's almost like you have to spend more time with them outside in terms of camping, in terms of fishing, in terms of, say, taking them to, say, like out here in town, there's a wetlands park, taking them to stuff like that, so they can go ahead and start getting used to what it's like being a man. You know, I don't want to discount women
Oh, you
either,
can't
because
say that.
girls
That's now
need a
problem.
different, yeah, girls need a
That's
different type of
problematic.
attention.
That's problematic now. Being a man.
Oh yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Without having that identity, or without having that growth cycle, like we're basically creating a problem where males don't know how to be male. They don't know how to lead. They don't know how to make decisions. They don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, so what are we really doing? We're creating a generation of people that look. I hate to go into politics, but we're creating a generation of people that look to government for answers. Government doesn't have all the
Exactly.
answers.
Government is your father. And
Yeah.
then so we get the first female president. The government is your mother.
Well, yeah, I mean, we did that with women too. The moment we started inserting feminist propaganda back in World War II, when we needed, women to come out of the home and start taking up the jobs.
Well, it's
So,
also, we've seen also for more legislation is being shown to single parents and moms, so that now, like you said, the government is kind of becoming that quote unquote father figure.
yeah. Because I mean, you can call it indoctrinating or whatnot, but I mean, society needs a certain level of people working. I get that part. That at the same time, we're doing it in such a way where we're now creating, you could even call it disposable families, or the fast food family, where it's like, it's like you have a kid, you entrust them to the education system, they start indoctrinating them. Like, the former vice president now wants to go ahead and give an extra 2 years of education. 2 years in the beginning, obviously, if we want to start talking about pre-K, and then 2 more years in community, which I would be for, if what was being offered in community in terms of university level education was well worthwhile. But a lot of this has turned into identitarianism. So we're not even teaching the next generation of human beings to be human beings. We're just teaching them to be more or less like batteries, plug and play, and, crank out some taxes, and then, do whatever. But I mean, that's damaging. And you can see that with the pop culture that's being churned out, it's not being churned out to instill value. It's just being churned out for content, for likes, for shares, if you will.
Oh my God, yeah, exactly. And if somebody criticizes it, it suddenly becomes that whole social media.
Yeah.
Why are you being such a bully? It's like, I don't like this new Star Wars stuff. Why are you being such a bully?
Yeah, it's really funny too, because I mean, I do like YouTube as a platform. It is aging. It's not aging very well, but I mean, you can still find content that you can show, little boys, while you're, cleaning up the kitchen or whatnot.
Showing the Wolf Commander.
Like,
they'll teach them all kinds of swear words.
There's plenty. There's plenty of dudes on YouTube that actually do camping videos. I mean, that's how they make their content. It's and here's the thing. That's what a lot of people don't realize. There's a market for everything on YouTube. So I mean, if you have something that you're good at, you can turn it into a channel. So you just need,
There's a $1 million idea right there. Help! I have found a portal that leads to the underworld in my basement. How do I get rid of it? First thing that pops up, YouTube instruction video.
A paranormal channel. That's funny.
Exactly.
But I like that kind of stuff too, because I mean, back to a few casts ago, I mean, we were talking about pop culture in the 90s. We were talking about Buffy, Angel, X-Files, Charmed, back when supernatural shows were becoming a thing,
Right. Yeah.
About those 90s shows too, is that like what we were saying, because they're talking today about how glass ceilings, boundaries being pushed, amazing, stunning and brave. The 90s were doing
if you want to play if you want to play within their game, I mean, they're literally giving you the board. They're giving you the board. They're giving you the board pieces. They're telling you what the rules are. And I mean, if you want to play in that rat race, there's all sorts of freaking ceilings that you can break. But the thing is like, it's not a competition.
They're walking around, exactly. They're walking around as if, we were the first to ever think of this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And they were and the '90s were doing it, and actually had I don't think subtle's the right word. Well, they were doing it subtly. It was
Yeah.
subtle.
Well,
and at the
these
same time, they were not demeaning everybody. Who?
Yeah.
exactly. I agree with Scooney. I agree with Scooney. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Scooney, but I agree with you. These woke job fembots are acting like they are the first to do everything. They're the first to do non-traditional casting. They're the first
Yeah.
to have a black man in a lead role, or first to have a strong female character. These whack jobs do not know their history. That's what's getting on my nerves. They are acting like they just invented everything.
And if you point that out to them, they'll say, "Shh, the adults are talking now," while patting you on your head and giving that gentle shove to go away.
Well, yeah. I mean, if
Shoo, go away.
if you put all the pieces together, I mean, you're raising these individuals to not be individuals, but to be collectivists, so that they can say stuff like that. Because an individualist would say, well, no, I have something to say, or I have an opinion just as much as you do, and you have every right to have an opinion. I mean, that's the whole thing behind free speech, is that you do have a right to your own opinion. That, however, doesn't mean that you have the right to have the group have a consensus towards your opinion. You're always going to have dissenting opinion, because not everyone's alike. Not everyone has experienced, the same type of tribulations, if you will.
That being said,
that's what we're
opinion
doing.
is also just that. An opinion doesn't mean you have the right to be heard either.
Well, and here's the thing: there's nothing that says that the opinion that you have cannot be wrong.
Right.
You have to allow enough space to be able to be open in the fact that it may be wrong, because maybe there's 2 or 3 pieces of information that are not there. But who is that ultimately up to figure out what that is? It's up to you. But we've gotten away from, I don't want to say teaching, but we've gotten away, as a society, especially with us being such a large population, we've gotten away from experiencing what that would be. We've gotten away from getting to know our neighbors. We've gotten away from having meaningful conversations, even in the grocery store at the checkout line. We've gotten away from being individuals, and we've turned into like a drone society. I mean, that's why we as geeks turn to the comic book store, because we can have those conversations in terms of pop culture at the checkout counter with the cashier. I mean, everyone pretty much knows now that I'm in Nevada, but big shout to Cosmic Comics here in Nevada, because they're probably the last bastions of indie comic book stores. But I mean, a lot of my insightful conversations in terms of superheroes, this is pre-Professor Geek, we're talking like 2015, happened there. And it happened with a lot of the guys that I got to meet there. And it's really funny when you actually start talking about common values and what these superheroes actually do to connect individuals together in terms of being able to have a dialogue. It's pretty interesting.
It seems today that all you hear is sex and movies and violence.
That was that was all the early trash programming of the 2000s. I mean, Seth MacFarlane did become more or less not so much a household name, but has become known because of that type of programming. But that's all tongue in cheek. But I mean, that evolved from this like programming, like Married with Children, The Simpsons, all that stuff. Because even The Simpsons, like, they evolved from the Tracy Ullman show. Hardly anyone knows who Tracy Ullman is. But like, I mean, those were just animated shorts in between skits. But I mean, no one even does that kind of stuff anymore. But I mean, if you want to look into Tracy Ullman, I mean, female comedian. I mean, it's not like we never had female comedians.
Exactly.
It's really funny. You come across Tracy Ullman, and then you come across Ellen DeGeneres, and she looked completely different. She looked like someone. She looked like someone who was like full of life and trying to enjoy herself. And the moment she did that whole, I'm a rainbow person. Like, her demeanor completely changed. It really,
very bad talk show. I've never liked her talk show.
She looked like a freaking marshmallow crypt keeper.
Well, she looks like she
Yes.
looks like a trendy dude. She looks like a trendy dude, and I hate to say that out loud, but like, it's almost like there's an expectation of assimilating once you come out into LGBTQ
That's
AI
another problem.
culture.
That's another problem too. That's another thing too, is that there's an expectation that you need to act a certain way because of your race or your sexual orientation or your religion.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
America was supposed to be, truth, justice, and the pursuit of happiness, pursuing pursuing yourself as an individual. Yeah, you can be part of a bigger culture, but the culture would also protect you, the individual.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you make a good point.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And well, first of all, what you said about DeGeneres, well, first of all, I've never liked her talk show. I hardly ever watched it. I never thought she was a very good talk show host. I have to be very honest about that. And I'm not just saying that because,
Honestly,
but
Well,
I
it's for a
never
talk
thought
shows
particular
she
was never
was.
my
audience.
thing, anyways.
Just like
Only
Oprah
talk
was for a particular audience, and what's
only
really funny is those shows actually
sorry.
kind of cross in the in the audience that they're looking at, and the really funny thing about that audience that those shows are geared to, they're geared to women who stay at home and become mothers. But here's my thing. I mean, you have government saying, hey, you're bold, you're beautiful, you're a survivor, you can do whatever you want. So
As
so
long as
these
you
women
vote,
are being,
as
programmed
long
to go
as
out
you
and
vote
work.
for a particular party who will not be mentioned.
Well, yeah,
Survivor. I don't hear Eye of the Tiger playing in the background for these bitches. Excuse me.
it's a whole Beyonce, I'm independent, it's mine because I bought it. Well, yeah, no one says it's not yours. I mean, if you want to go to a hair store and get yourself some polyester hair, that's all you. I'm just saying that if you're only going to get polyester hair, maybe you should save that $50 and wait till you have the money and get yourself some human hair. There's a
Polyester.
reason why it says flammable on the package. There's a reason for that. Like,
Yes.
use common sense. Common sense is not common. I mean, we say that all the time, but so I don't know who these programs are actually geared to, because I
I don't
mean,
know.
truth be told, who's actually staying at home anymore? I don't know. Everyone's working at this point.
Stay home.
Everybody's staying at home now.
No. You'll stay
Oh
home.
yeah. Well, yeah, because now we're supposed to be indoctrinated into staying home because of a particular thing that's going on that has a
Remember they live.
99%
Yes, I love
recovery rate. But all I'm saying for the algorithm is, hey, you know what? Trust CDC guidelines. Make your own decision.
You know what's funny? Not to bring up the staying home thing, Trooper. Sorry, Schooner. Yesterday, Age and Daniel Heron, the Birdman, rewatched Wally, and anybody who's seen Wally, remember the scene where the captain pretty much told it like it is in front of the AI of the ship. He says, "That's all." It's like, that's all I've done. That's all everyone has ever done is blast a ship. Nothing. I'm like, bro, that when I watched Wally, that was an eye opener for me in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I hear him say that, and I look at myself, I'm like, what have I been doing for at least like 5-6 years right now? I'm out of college. I'm still jobless. I'm living with my mom, and I'm sitting here doing nothing. And what happened? I started going out and doing something. So it's like that message right there should be a playback for everybody. It's like bruh. That's why I put that line, those lines in my my profile bio on my Twitter. What was I asked again? Oh, sorry, let me look it up now. The commander is being a boomer right now. He's being senile.
It's true because
while you're doing that, go ahead, Schooner. No, go ahead, because I know you had a point to make, so I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Well, it was just like what Wolf was saying, just building off of that, and what was Otto doing in the entire story. It was kind of just talking down to the captain, maintaining the balance, and telling him that I know what's best for you. And I love that moment when the captain just finally pulls his hat down, like, because throughout the entire movie, the captain's hat wasn't fitting him until finally he pulls the hat down so it fits on his head. And that's when the captain makes the decision, saying, I am the captain of this ship, and I say we're leaving.
We're going home.
Mm-hmm.
Earth needs us. And what I said in my bio says, what are you doing with your life and where do you want to go?
Mm-hmm. Bam.
Yep.
That will give that ask that to a lot of people, and well, I don't want to speak for everybody, but that'll give pause.
Mm-hmm. Because the reason why I put that in there is because that is something I ask myself whenever time I look at myself in the mirror every day.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing with your life and where do you want to go?
Well,
Yeah,
that's the question. Everybody asks that. Everybody at some point asks that question. Those questions, and then that's why you have to look in the mirror and you have to decide what it is that what do you want? The very questions that you ask, and there's some things that help influence us with that, and there's some things that are not. Sometimes it's family choices. I know for me, my choices were way, way different from everything that my family had done. But I think that's a universal question that we all ask. And we've had many influences.
Sam Proth also quoted my favorite line from that movie too. I don't want to survive. I want to live.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, not to cut you guys off, but that's something I want to bring up now. Now that he brought that up, that's something that's been touted a lot too in the media. You are a survivor. You are a survivor. You said you have to survive this. You're always surviving every day. But I ask people, perhaps you are just not thinking about living.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more times you keep saying that you're surviving, that seems like you're ready to kick it at any given moment. How about you live for once?
Get busy living or get busy dying. The Shawshank Redemption.
Well, you want to, and everybody, you want to live. The thing is, you have to live your life your way, because if you try to live the life like everybody else, you'll be unhappy and you'll be wasting your life and you'll be miserable. So you have to find quote Pocahontas. You have to find your own path. You have that's what I that's what I think about when I think about when I came to that decision. I'm like, well, it's kind of like in Pocahontas. Do I follow the smoothest course that's clear and smooth and steady, or do I follow the course that is what is I think her father gives her a great quote. He says, the right path is not always the easiest. Just because it's not the easiest doesn't mean it's not the right path. So that's the philosophy that is the philosophy I look at, and I find it to be so true. I find it to be very true. So that's how you have to.
Listen with your heart, you will understand.
Yeah, I like Pocahontas. So that even though that's a Disney film, I'm like, yeah, I get it. A lot of people don't care for Pocahontas, but I got the philosophy that the film
they care about it.
was.
I'll tell you what they do care about is the Colors of the Wind song, because they like to pick apart that a lot.
For crying out loud!
Oh, are they
That's
picking?
not the
Are they really listening to the song, or are they trying to turn it into not really listening to what the song is really about, or trying to make it something else?
Well, that's another thing too. They're picking lyrics to help with they cherry pick lyrics that help with make their argument, so they can recontextualize the argument.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
And I just that's crazy.
You
yeah,
think
that
the
is.
only people who are people
No,
people who. I'm like, no, guys, that's not. It's more of
I
her.
don't even so offensive. Am I missing something here? Paint with all the colors of the wind, and what's so offensive about that song? Paint with all the colors of the wind.
Well, we went from paint with all the colors of the wind to
Hey.
you need to stay within your lane. That's what we've gone into, if you haven't noticed. So, but I have my opinions on that, and I think I've made my opinions known on MeWe or whenever we have dialogue in MeWe chat or
Speaking of which,
a a lot of it is nonsense. As an individual, you
I'm
just
sorry,
have to pick
Trooper.
and make your own decisions. Yeah, go ahead, Wolf.
I had to say this too, because you're infamous for your Troy rambles too. So I have to bring up my Troy ramble real quick.
Yeah.
And let me find it
I'm
real
not
quick.
black pilled. I am not black pilled.
But I had to give him an uplifting. I had to give him a quick uplifting speech for one of his posts recently.
Hmm.
And I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling down. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. So how's those Lakers? No, I'm kidding. Pretty
Well, I can tell you this. That a lot of
It's
those
pretty
kids,
small without
like, make
Kobe.
their money from
I
China.
kid. Sorry,
A
Kobe.
lot
Sorry,
of those
Kobe.
money make their money, make their money in China. So when something is said, they come out and they're like, oh well, blah 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 blah, and
Right.
then
Okay,
I
I
was
found it.
watching. I read that the NBA games are very low rated this year. They've the worst ratings that they've ever had. So
Well,
Okay,
here's the
guys,
thing.
I found it
Okay.
Yeah.
because he shared a I'm gonna call it a meme, but it's not technically a meme, but it's of course Martin Luther King with his "I have a dream" speech, and he said, and it's
Oh, I
quoting
saw that. I'm
it's that
like,
quote
okay.
where it's that quote that I have a dream that my little children will one day live in a nation. Sorry, let me get my Martin Luther King voice in. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream. But at the bottom it says it was a good dream, and I commented as I put in the comment and saying still is.
hmm
That was my first that was my first comment, right? Then Troy pops in and says, "Yeah, but it's still a dream. We're almost there, but the dream's been dashed." And I retorted and said, "No, the dream lives in those who carry it, who truly fight for it, who know it exists within them. It's not been blown away or erased. Those who quote it know it's still in existence. I exist because of it. You exist because of it. We all exist together because of it." And that's why I said to
That's
mic
great.
drop, mic drop on that. Yes, mic
so
drop on
Trooper,
that.
you're
Wolf.
not alone when you have to remind Troy that hey man, there's still light at the end of the tunnel, man.
Oh no. I have a whole opinion on that. Like that's for another stream. I'm like, all right, go for it.
That's
You cover.
basically. Yeah, I say the exact same thing. We're not giving up. Oh no. We're just in the 7th inning stretch. We're not giving up.
Man, we
It was-
we on halftime.
Yeah.
That's what
Yes.
we at. Like Troy, we like Troy Cartan may want to sit this one out, but the UN Spacey is doing halftime right now. So go ahead, have your little break. We're still gonna push on, and we'll meet you up the hill with a hand extended, waiting for you, buddy.
Mhm.
Trust me. If you hear this in the back, watch Troy. That's for you, buddy. So as low as you can get sometimes, just know we'll be there to carry you back up, pick you back up, man.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. Ain't nobody gonna help me down. I get knocked down, bruh. Don't make me sing the '90s.
No. I agree 100%. Commander, we are not out. We're the ending. I'm sorry to keep bringing this up. I found this broken record, but
before
we're
you
the end.
before you go
Go ahead.
on, Leia. Sorry, before you go on, let me add on to what I was saying to Troy. It may sound arrogant, but that was my Superman moment there.
Yes, it was. It was.
But continue what you're saying, Leia.
Well, I was going to say that that we're like the ending of The Empire Strikes Back. We were knocked down, but we're like Luke Skywalker at the end. That you got us here, but we'll come back. We'll be stronger. We'll get it together, and we're not out of it yet. You may have won this round now, Empire, but the war is not over. So we're going to come back. It's like the ending of The Empire Strikes Back. It's not as gloomy as it may look.
I know. I love that scene too. Everybody was talking about how it ended so gloomy, and I agree with you, Leia. Plus side, it didn't end gloomy. if anything, the characters have just been through a big hit, and they're getting back up and saying, "All right."
Mhm.
I mean, the way Luke walks over to Leia and puts that arm on her shoulder, letting her know, "Hey, we're still in this. We got this."
Ex- exactly. That's what I always took that away. I'm kind of like you, Scooty. People would always say it was a gloomy ending. And just to recall what you're saying, it wasn't. A gloomy ending was Infinity War. That was a gloomy ending.
That's
Mhm.
a
But
gloomy ending.
that's a gloomy ending. That's a gloomy
May
ending.
I also add that when I watched it at a teenage, when I was a teenager, I was still asking that same question again, like I did with A New Hope. Wait, where's the rest? Where's the rest? I want more. I wouldn't say, oh no. I was like, wait, there has to be more. There has to be more. Where is it? Where is it?
That was
Because
exactly what I went after I saw X-Men First Class. Right after he says, "I prefer Magneto," I was like, "No, no, that's not the end of the movie."
and they did came back for more because they did Days of Future Past and up their game, very much up their game in that one. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, going back to Empire, yeah, the fact that you see Luke, first of all, he's getting his arm fixed, he's getting a new arm, but he's making plans while this is happening. He's talking to Lando. They're not saying, let's go stick our head in the dirt for 5 years and then we'll figure out how to bring everything back. No, they are immediately. Luke is immediately getting ready, getting the motion going for us to pick ourselves back up. I'll meet you on Tatooine, and then Lando tells Leia, "We're going to look down the bounty. We're going to find that bounty hunter. We're going to find Han Solo. We're going to bring him back. We're not going to leave him, and that's another thing. We're not going to leave him out there." And then you see talking to Luke, and it's like Luke is now the man in chief now, even after the big hit. Like he's now the man, and just like you said,
on the leadership role. Han was calling the shots. He's kind of more or less was the leader of this little troop unofficially, but
right.
but now he's gone, and Luke steps up, and I love that.
Mhm.
I agree 100%. That's why when I even as a child, when I came out of Empire, I didn't feel like it was a depressing ending. There was something inside of me that said, "Oh God, these characters are going to come back and they're going to be ready." And that's why when the date was announced, Return of the Jedi was coming out, I marked my calendar 6 months ahead of time to make sure I was going to be there because I had this deep down confidence that
Mhm.
they are going to come back from this and Luke is going to be ready. I really believe he's going to be ready. And I've always felt that way. Everybody, like you said, always commented it has but yeah, I love Empire because the heroes lost is a sad ending. I said they like you said, they took a hit. Everybody took some hit, but they're not out. They're ready. Oh, we'll come back. So you enjoy yourself now, Empire. But we're gonna come back and be ready for you. So that's where we're at right now.
Exactly. I especially love the sequence right after, he's wiggling his fingers on the robotic hand and he closes it. And he's looking at it for a brief moment, but then he looks over at Leia. And that's the moment when he gets up and he realizes, I can't think about this. I can't think about my robotic hand right now. My friends are in trouble. I got to do something.
And even though, right, and even with Leia, you can see the emotional toll everything is took over. And I like that because now they don't allow that, strong and brave and daring female does not feel pain. You can tell the hurt she has over, and mostly the fact that she finally fell in love and now he's been taken away from me. And then I couldn't get back to him. I'll never forget that look on her face when she's running out of Cloud City. They're trying to get to Boba Fett and to get to Han, and the ship pulls away, and she doesn't get to it in time. And there's that look
But
of
they say Luke though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They didn't save Han, but they saved Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. I love exactly what you were saying, Leia. Go ahead.
No, I was agreed. She couldn't get to Han, but they saved her. But still, the fact that she didn't get to Han was still on her mind. It still was there because when you see she's standing over Luke while he's getting his hand put on, I think there's a part of her that says, "I know he's going to be okay, but I how am I going to get to Han, or can I get back out there to him?" And then you hear Lando come over and say, as soon as me and Chewie find that bounty hunter, so we're going to go after him. We're going to find him and bring him back in. So they're setting their plan in motion. They're not just sitting back for 5 years in therapy, rolling around, waiting 5 years. There's not a 5 year gap. I'm sorry, I got to hit on end crap. I like to call it. They are setting.
Go for it.
They are setting their plan in motion. They're getting ready to say, okay, we are going to get it together and get this motion. It's not 5 year gap. They're not in therapy talking about how they let everybody down.
5 year gap, and then suddenly Tony Stark comes back, and then all is still again doom and gloom, and then and then Ant-Man comes back, and now suddenly we're gonna do something.
Right.
I'm like, nah.
I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. The idea of them coming back after they've been dealt with a hit, them being gloomy, that's fine. But there had to be this, that whole bit where they say we can go after Thanos and everybody's faces brightens up again. And, I'm thinking yeah, that needs to be them in the whole movie. They can sit down and say, yeah, we took a hit. But like what we were saying about The Empire Strikes Back, they need to, we can't gloom around anymore. The world needs us. It just took a hit. And we need to show them that there's still hope. The Avengers are still here.
I don't know what I'm going to do with my copy of Endgame because, it's still sitting there unwrapped.
Poor trooper.
I have, I have a tub, right? It's I ended up with this tub because my brother really is into more or less like a storable food. So he orders this stuff. It comes in really cool tubs, right? So I ended up with one of them, and it's become like my tub of movies not to be remembered. I don't know if I want to put it in there because if I put it in there, I know it's not coming right out. It's going to stay there. But
oh my God, the tub of shame.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I know Cap Whammon is already in there. That's not coming back out. But if I put it in there, I'm kind of sealing the fate of that Blu-ray because it's never going to get watched. I might as well just put it on eBay. But I'm a completionist, so I can't really eBay the thing because then I'm admitting to the fact that I shilled $29 for Marvel. So.
And we don't judge you for it.
The thing is it's not going to sell for $29. The most I'll probably get is if I sell it. If I could probably sell it for maybe 5 or 10 and do free shipping, I'd still be losing money.
It's none of you guys judge me about my hope for Shang-Chi G.I. Joe.
Yep.
I was saying I will only be okay with the idea of Snake Eyes being Asian is if Snake Eyes was a title.
The problem is
that had to be earned, but we know that's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. That's why I'm not going to watch it.
You have these boomer executives that have this cognitive dissonance as to pop culture. They kind of understand it, but they want to do their own thing. Sort of like Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy was like, oh well, when it came to Galaxy's Edge, hey, more or less, Mos Eisley, Tatooine, all that stuff. That's for that her crowd, if you will. She doesn't want to deal with her own cringy 50+ crowd anymore. So she wants to go ahead and start building for a new crowd. But, I'm thinking to myself, in doing that, you have to build off of previous stuff. But then you've put yourself in a corner where you don't want to pay out royalties to the expanded universe because that's going to cost you more money, but you're going to make more money in the long run. But, I would take that road, but, boomers being myopic in that, if we sell it, they will buy it. Sort of like that Wendy's commercial back in the 80s. Where's the beef?
Yes.
Well, there's no beef in this burger. It's like you're selling, you're instead of selling me a barbecue, a barbecue beef with, onion and Swiss, you're selling me a veggie burger. I don't want a veggie burger. I want the double stack. So we get Galaxy's Edge. People show up for maybe, a few days. They're like this.
I call it the hot minute.
Yeah, the hot minute. It looks like Star Wars, sounds like Star Wars. Doesn't really do much other than kind of look like Star Wars, and it goes nowhere. And then we find out later that, they had completely different plans, that they really did want to bring, Tatooine into, Disney World. I mean, I've been to Disney World. To do something that massive, I mean, you'd be making money for decades, because just like critical race theory, and I hate to go down this path, you'd be indoctrinating new generations into buying the Star Wars stuff,
Well,
because you have
it was
parents.
weird too, 'cause Star Wars was advertising itself exclusively to this new generation, that the old generation's like, WTF. I mean, they were talking about, this is a moment for, I love this too. This is one of the rare moments where they actually were showing father figures in a good light. Now fathers can have these times with their daughters. And it's like, well, what about moms and sons?
Yeah.
or you know, stuff like that. Because remember, they were pushing that for a time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, so you know, how are sons gonna have their update? No, so
Sorry.
you know, how are mothers and sons gonna have their moment, if you will? You know, it's like, okay, that's fine. You're gearing it towards a female audience, but they're not the ones with the buying power. You know, I hate to say it, you know, there's, as far as geek culture, you're looking at percentages that don't skew in your favor. So
it's basically like, well, we got all this new line now for girls, and now all these girls are going to buy it. They're still buying Barbie dolls. No, they're going to buy our stuff. But the Barbie doll sales are, no, they're going to like our stuff.
Well, the reason we're getting all of this is because you have this delusional nut job that is Kathleen Kennedy, and that is what I call her, that just feels that her take on Star Wars.
I thought she was the Wicked Witch.
Yes, nut job, crazy, delusional, wicked witch nut job. That is what she
boomers. Delusional boomers.
You're right, Wolf. She's still the wicked. She's still the wicked.
In her
witch.
case, delusional Karen.
Yes.
I saw a hilarious meme once where it shows John Favreau's face on Dorothy, and he's on Dorothy, and Toto's face has the word "The Mandalorian." They cut to the Wicked Witch of the West, Kathleen Kennedy's face, and going, "I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too."
That's perfect. That is perfect. That is exactly how to describe her. The bottom line is the Wicked Witch, who's also delusional, thinking that she is like George Lucas, and she's not. She's not a creator. She's not a world builder, and believing that she could push her politics off on fans. And basically her politics was her hatred of Star Wars. She hated it, and expected everybody to come running and eating it up the way it was in the 70s when Star Wars was in its golden age. And that's why we're getting the garbage that you just described, Trooper. You know how much money she would have made if she had made Star Wars 8, or whatever it was called, that fit the original trilogy. But no, she didn't want to do that. She wanted to push her own delusional little fantasy characters,
which would have been
that.
Which would have been fine had Galaxy's Edge been the addition to that later on. Because you got to remember, you got to take everyone down this road. You can't just put them in front of a road and be like, all right, 3, 2, 1, go. You kind of have to ease them into it to get away from traditional Lucasfilm into our version of Lucasfilm. And it's just like Sony and MCU, they kind of tie it together, but they're still separate entities. It's like that's why when you hear people, bitching and moaning about Kid Spidey, as I call him, they bitch about that, and they bitch about Kid Spidey in the MCU, and I'm like, no. I'm like, first and foremost, you have to take into consideration it's a Sony production, and there was a lot of talks and discussions that went to putting Tom Holland in that suit.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it made. Like, he'll be the RDJ of Sony if he plays his cards right. Because I mean, when they hashed that all out, I mean, Sony pretty much got the rights to the Venomverse and the Spider-Verse. So, and I think, like I was telling you guys a while ago, I mean, if everything would have worked out the way that I kind of foresaw things going without identity politics, there would not be such a term as franchise fatigue, because you could choose from what universe you wanted to participate in, or participate in all of them and have no wallet at the end of the day. But either you could participate in the Marvel Cinematic
Which is the
Universe.
studio's dream all along. I mean, my
Yeah.
God, I want to participate in all of them. Yes to all.
Yeah, I mean, you would have
it's
seen.
like, hey, dude, we're playing Star Wars. Oh, what's Star Wars? Computer games, board games, video games. Yes to all.
Well, here's the thing. Like, it would have been some weird partnerships, but I'm pretty sure they could have worked it out, because at the very end of the day, Disney Marvel, if you will, holds the merchandising, but there's nothing that says that they could have done something like maybe like a Sony store instead of Disney store,
Yeah.
And you would have seen something more along the lines of the WB stores, because we haven't seen WB stores in a very long time.
Those stores.
Very long time.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where it's like, if you go to the WB store, hey, you get all the Spider-Man exclusive stuff as far as action figures, stuff from, say, like Hot Toys and stuff like that, because I own some of that stuff. But if you wanted some mainstream, Avengers stuff, hey, you know what? Hit the Disney store. It's right there. So, and that's how I foresaw things. Like, I foresaw Sony doing Spider-Verse stuff. But first it was getting Spider-Man, out of the MCU. Now that he's made that fan service of being within, the Avengers for a hot minute, now he can have his own, adventures in the Spider-Verse, which is where I was always wanting to go, because I like that sandbox. It's like you have, with Madam Web, and heck, my version was always, and I never, now that we're talking and we're just doing fun talk, my whole thing was, okay, cool, kill off Black Widow, kill her off 12 times, like stomp on her all you want, because she ends up in the Soul Stone. Cool, whatever. Once you're in the Soul Stone, depending on where you come out, it might not even be where you started. For all I know, Black Widow, just like Gamora and just like Adam Warlock, makes her way out of the Soul Stone. And guess what? She's in the Spider-Verse now. And
that would be magnificent.
And guess what? She's the new Madam Web. So it's like, for me, I because, ScarJo, as an actress, is going to have projects as most of these female actresses, as they get older, they start picking up different roles. And I'm not saying maternal roles, but they can't play.
Can I say this really quick? That Scarlett Johansson is a very beautiful woman still to this day.
Oh,
the fact that they mock her for that is kind of
Black Widow.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
For that is sad.
Yeah, and see, and that's where I kind of wanted it to go, because she already has the moniker Black Widow. So even though she has no spider powers, her name associates her with an arachnid. So
right.
For a multitude of reasons.
Yeah.
Symbolic. Her job mostly. The fact that she's a spy, assassin.
Yeah.
That entails a lot of things. I mean, Red Sparrow. A lot of people like to tout as a genuine, a possible Black Widow movie that could have happened, despite what went on in that movie. Which, I'm like,
explicit. I mean, don't get me wrong. Black Widow was always was told in her training to play up her assets as a human, as a woman.
Yes, so use it as a weapon. Yes, just use her sexuality.
Oh, let me add, Russia don't give a fuck what you is. They're gonna use you in the best way possible. So you better step up and shape up, or else you gonna die.
Well, did you see the recruitment video comparison that I posted on MeWe? The Russian recruitment video for their military versus the U.S. military.
I saw that on Twitter.
Isn't it? Very big difference, isn't it? Well, you know what? I don't even keep up with Twitter.
See, here's the thing. When I glean from that, when I'm gleaning for that I just watched it just now, by the way. But what I glean for that, like, yes, in the Russian video, it's showing one soldier, but there was multiple soldiers.
Yeah,
multiple soldiers among him, around him. I'm sorry, around him.
Yeah.
You get to our version, it's like.
I look at that, and I think of maybe like, okay, like if we're talking superheroes, because it's easier to kind of get your point across if you use some names. I like the Russian recruitment video, and I think of Winter Soldier, I think of Captain America, like really, really, really like polarized characters, like they're inherently male, right? So I think of I think of Universal Soldier. I think of Universal Soldier, but then I look at the U.S. recruitment video, and I tend to think of manga, chibi. Like I was always fighting. I was always fighting hatred, even when I was a kid. And I'm thinking to myself,
this ain't your life story. This is your commitment to the military.
Yeah, you're looking to go get blown up in Afghanistan. Like, come on, get real.
So, a real United States video would be: I could have been a CEO. I could have been I could have been many things, but I chose to protect. I chose to serve. I chose.
I don't see Rocky Balboa. Like I don't see Rocky Balboa or Apollo Creed in that recruitment video, which that's what I would have wanted.
Or Gina Carano.
Yeah, something that really says, "Hey, we're Americans." Like we've gotten away from that American paradigm as to what it means to be American. Like we've gotten away from that. Now
you look at the Stirs. Remember the Stirs Indestructible music video?
Yes.
Anybody remember that?
I love Disturbed.
Not one of them soldiers was wearing a tutu running at that screen with a gun in their hand. Not one at all.
With what is it? With social anxiety disorder, but she's a strong Latinx of color. I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm like, I don't know where this country decided to go off the cliff, but we're in free fall. I mean, as much as people are just now waking up to this, and that's
I'm just
kind
like
of what I was alluding to in private chat.
Every time I used to watch that in my youth, I'm like, yeah, I am indestructible. Every enemy will know that they won't hurt me. I am the master of war. Like that, bruh. This is if there's one way to get your boys to be manly, tie them up, Clockwork Orange style with some headphones and play Indestructible in a loop before them. And I guarantee you they'll walk around with their bare chest with some pecs and everything.
Well, I want to go back to this Black Widow thing. So it's like my Black Widow film would have taken place inside the Soul Stone, but you don't really find out until probably like towards the third act, or maybe in the post credit teaser trailer is when you pretty much find out this whole adventure has been taking place inside the Soul Stone. And that this is all within the mind of Black Widow, but so let's stick her in the Sony universe. Okay, so she doesn't have any superpowers, she doesn't need it. So let's give her a nexus to be to have control over. So like her command center. Let's go one step further, and it's almost like a fortress of solitude, where all the information's that are at her hands, supercomputer, if you will, whatnot. It's like really put her in the commander chair, if you will, of having to fight next level continuity, if you will. Now we can give her all the adventure she needs. Or let's take it one step further. The other thing that I had thought, other than sticking her in the Spider-Verse, was just the whole point of her being in the Soul Stone is we can stick her wherever we want now. So, I remember I posted something on MeWe where towards the end of the film, it starts looking like Ghost in the Shell, where it's just, you've got like neon lighting, kind of like towards the third act of Godzilla versus Kong, where it's all like the buildings and the lighting, and it's all like it all just kind of comes together. Like that's one of those films that I gotta get on Blu-ray. I just got to.
Bruh, you and me both. Actually, you and me both.
Well, people are freaking pooing on it, and I'm like. Okay, someone had made a comment about, okay, we all know, we all know who won. Like, it was a draw, bro. It's like, here's the thing. Here's it's a draw because let's say.
Well, because here's the thing: Godzilla wins at the end and shouts at Kong, so he's top. He's top animal. But Mechagodzilla.
Here's where I want to go.
Godzilla came in and knocked him off the top spot. So technically,
it's a draw for me. It's a draw for me. Why? Because Okay, and this is where it gets kind of a little like weird, but it's like, okay, so now we have two guardians, the guardians of the outer world, and
Apex.
and you also have a guardian in the in the underground earth, if you will. So
Mhm.
are we ready for a kaiju invasion from outer space?
Oh, that would be awesome.
That was where I was like thinking,
That's
no,
amazing.
I was like,
We
kaiju
better
from outer
be.
space. I'm thinking,
I mean, they
man.
did hint that Ghidorah was otherworldly.
So
Yeah.
I was like, I'm ready for a kaiju invasion because we got Kong
Here's
and
the thing.
Godzilla now. So
Here's what I don't want happen. If they do go with the space stuff. Here's one thing I don't want happen. As much as I love this movie, I don't want Space Godzilla
Neither do I.
whatsoever.
oh no. It would be like it would have like
It'd
an
be-
Outer Limits feel, but it would be like War of the Worlds, but not War of the
Mhm.
Worlds Tom Cruise, because I couldn't stand Dakota Fanning. Like literally,
Well,
I have that movie and I want to get rid of it because literally 2/3 of that film, that kid is screaming.
It's
And
Dakota
I like
screaming.
kids, just not to the extent where okay, you can stay over at Uncle Trooper's house. Hell no, take your kids home when they're done. So
you
like
didn't even ask Uncle Trooper.
it's
You
like
even-
no,
I didn't even get no say in this. I didn't even get no second opinion about it.
it's like no,
whatsoever.
you're done. Like you can leave your toys here. I have a box for you to leave your toys here. That's cool. This is not a way for you to escape your parents. Go home. So, but my other idea was okay, cool. So she comes out of the Soul Stone. The world has changed. It might not even be Earth 1999. It could be a completely different Earth. But if we're going to have to go and do A-Force, we're going to do A-Force right. She is going to be more or less the Nick Fury of A-Force. And I'm not going to give her a freaking patch or anything. She's going to be the leader. And now that I
Who?
have all these freaking characters to play with, I'm going to, in that team, it's going to be my own
Trooper
team.
who?
Huh?
Who's going to be the leader?
Black Widow.
Thank you. I didn't catch that.
So it's like,
If anything too, especially with this rewrite, because I'm already loving it. You could even say that she's going through the Soul Stone, and what she's going through is she's going through her memories of her life and everything that she had learned, especially, and even up to and around her first reel when she had to really kill for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, if we have to go down this road, it's like, okay, well then let's do a woman out of time, a woman out of reality. It's we can take it a step further than what we could with Cap.
Getting literally what she asked for at the end of Endgame, a fresh start. She got her fresh start in this new universe, but she also realizes that she was part of the Avengers and needs to protect. Well, I'm not as overt as the Avengers.
Yeah. And, well, and it puts her in a position where she might have to be, because now if she's going to take point of A-Force, like my A-Force is very different. Like I saw with now that Disney has the rights to mutants, guess what? I want Domino on my team, but but it's like.
But do you want?
I can have both
Here's the
Domino
thing.
if I really
Do you want Frost White Domino, or do you want Deadpool 2 Domino?
Both if I can get both, but that's a lot of luck. That's a lot of luck on my side, so I might have to nerf myself.
Look,
and
I'm just
pick
glad.
one.
I'm just glad they're not pushing for Black Domino in the comics.
Oh my gosh, dude! I
would've
freaking
been
loved it. I
mad.
loved her in freaking Deadpool 2 because it was
I
like,
know.
and everyone's like, I'm like, no, you don't get it. I'm like, you're getting coffee, right? So you're getting Pam Grier. You're getting. I mean, you're getting like a man's wet dream. You're getting Pam Grier. You're getting the black exploitation. She's got her power of probability on her side.
I'm saying she wasn't even educating Deadpool on his manhood.
Yeah. Plus,
they were like 90s buddy cops in that movie.
Plus, you got a hot actress. So I mean, it's a win-win all around. Like, it's so. I would introduce Gwenpool. If I can't use Deadpool because it's an A-Force thing, then I'm going to introduce Gwenpool. Because I love the comics, except it kind of fell flat after a few issues. I know where they kind of wanted to go with it, and it would have been fun. But my whole thing is with identity politics, it only lets you go so far.
I'm sorry, I just got this hilarious idea too. What about what was that guy's name in Deadpool 2? What was his name? Did he call himself Peter?
Peter.
Oh, yeah.
What if he was joining A-Force?
He could. I mean, I don't know what.
On A-Force, and they're like, well, why do we? Because what Black Widow would say, we need one non-superpowered person on a superhero team.
Yeah, and if the company is forcing me, oh well, you got to use all women. I'm like, all right, cool, I can work that. Then instead of calling her Peter, we're going to call her Jan. And I'm gonna play up. I'm gonna play up that Brady property. She's gonna be very plain. She's gonna be,
Wait,
it's gonna be
are
one
you
of
telling
these.
me that's going to be our introduction of the She-Hulk?
Hell no.
Oh wow.
I wouldn't have brought She-Hulk in. I mean, I could bring her in at any time, but I wouldn't have brought her in right away. Like I would, if we're gonna do She-Hulk via streaming, then it's like there's a different set of rights that go with that character. So there's no way I can bring her in. But if I really want to, I don't want to use Valkyrie. I want to use Angela is who I want to use. And that would be I could leave it open enough to where if I want to do as Guardians of the Galaxy, I've already introduced Angela into the movie universe. So Angela can have her
dragon.
I wouldn't go there.
She's dead, actually.
Where I would go, and this is because remember we're on the Sony side. Where I would go is White Tiger. I would go with White Tiger.
Oh, White Tigress, nice.
Ooh, White Tigress, very nice.
Yeah. I would go there, and it's like that's a whole trilogy in and of itself if I want to, because I don't necessarily have to stick to all these canon MCU characters, right? So I mean, I'd have to fight a little bit to get Angela shown, but. Cool, whatever. But considering that I have the Spider-Verse, I can use White Tiger. So, but yeah, I mean, there's so many places to go with Black Widow, and that's probably the sad part is that in this Black Widow film, I don't know if it's just a prequel of a prequel, if you will, or if it's a prequel to maybe she's getting her own whatever. But I mean, that's where I would have wanted to go with it, where she's in that soul stone. She doesn't even realize it. She's reliving the past. And then towards the end of the film, she starts realizing, hey, this isn't right. And then it kind of starts having elements of the Matrix, where if she's in the soul stone, she can rewrite the reality within the soul stone to an extent. So that's where you get that cyberpunk.
Well, wouldn't it also be intriguing if the soul stone, because they've always hinted that these stones, which I hated the fact that they basically took out of Endgame, that these stones had a sentience of consciousness or were on a higher plane.
Yeah, they took that out completely because we don't even know that if we were looking at the films.
I know, because they do hint at it a lot in Infinity War, and even Thor: The Dark World shows the Reality Stone does have some sentience.
Yeah.
But definitely in Infinity War, it was hinting at that the soul that was the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone had a consciousness.
And here's the thing. So I mean, I'd have to fight for this character too, but I would make sure I would get it. I wouldn't use America Chavez. I don't want to go there because I already know from personal dealings with what I would consider you guys as friends that there's a lot of like tender nerves there when it comes to what they've done and what they're doing with Captain America. So what I would do is
are you hearing about this idea push forward that they're gonna have this Latinx family show?
I don't
keep up with any of that stuff. I mean, I had a few articles for today, but that's just on the back burner if we need to.
I'm like, I spotted a bunch of traitors now. Okay.
If we really want to talk about those. Well, you know what? Now that we're talking about Latinx, that's really, some people are like, how do you say that? And I have to sit there and explain, it's Latinx or it's Wominx. Because I mean, I keep up with a lot of the grievance studies stuff. I mean, a lot of my favorite professors. And here's the beauty of YouTube and Odyssey and stuff like that. A lot of my favorite professors have finally like unboomered themselves and like through their kids have figured out, hey, I can get my message out on social media by creating podcasts. So, but what I would have done, going back to this Captain America thing, I'm not even going to touch America Chavez. You want to introduce her? Hey, there's enough sandbox for everybody. So if you want to introduce her in Multiverse of Madness, then I'm going to introduce, Captain Britannia in my universe, and I'm going to see if I can get Peggy Carter. I'll fight for her, see if I can get me some Peggy Carter. And guess what? Now it kind of loosely ties into these what if animated shorts that are going to be coming out. And it's like, that's my Captain America right then and there. Like, it's like Peggy Carter is my Captain America.
They're gonna mess up Marvel What If badly. Because Marvel What If is actually a very creative property that does.
Well, here's the thing.
Does like, a lot of good stuff, good ideas, stories.
If you guys were still collecting comics with me in 2015, you know that they did like one-shot What Ifs during Secret Wars. I mean, in one of them, Green Goblin ends up with a gauntlet, and then he literally ends up like he ends up snapping himself out of existence because he got too greedy with it. So I mean, yeah, so I have some what ifs. So I mean, the moment they were like, oh yeah, fresh new ideas, I'm like, yeah, fresh from the copy press. I'm like, you're not impressing me. I'm like, I know about this stuff. I mean, granted, you're not touching all the stuff that was in the comics, but you're literally using the same thing. So, but yeah, like there's so much potential to use Scarlett Johansson in such a way that you have a different tempo. And what I was originally saying is like, look, as companies, I want you to spend your money at my restaurant, if you will. You can order from the menu, and I'll just make sure that it's 4.5 stars and above. So you can have your Marvel films if you want. You can have your Spider-Verse films if you want. You can have your Venomverse films if you want. And it's not franchise fatigue, it's franchise choice.
Marvel even had that within their comic books. You had the Amazing Spider-Man, the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Just the regular Spider-Man, and you know what I mean. Spider-Man and Amazing Friends. You could have done all of that, and yeah, you would have been shelling out money left and right on a product that on various titles that may not do well compared to other titles, but it's getting the name and the brand out there, and in the long term. And in the long term, it benefits.
Yeah, like I would use Spider-Gwen, and if I had my own Sony Plus, then again, with let's say everything goes my way, then I get to do a Jessica Drew series.
Oh, Jessica Drew!
And it would
Jessica Drew.
It would have like the moniker would be like the radioactive Spider-Woman, if you will. It's like. So, and that would be its own thing. It could be like a mishmash between, Jessica Jones and Dark Devil in the way we tell her story.
Technically, even you can bring in She-Hulk in the MCU right now. You just got to go back to the Incredible Hulk movie. But they don't want to. The Incredible Hulk is one of those sad casualties of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That right there was the first indication of prioritization.
Yeah. And I mean, if I can't have my Iron Man character, then I'll, if I can't have like Rescue, I mean, let's get real. Gwyneth Paltrow's getting old and she's putting out vagina candles, so let's not go there. I
was happy that she finally got to be Rescue, but at the same time, like when you look back at her, I'm like, dang, she is showing her age in this movie.
Well, the thing is, it's like, like a lot of these. I mean, that's kind of the problem when you start doing world building like this.
Like when she does that Iron Man superhero landing, I'm like, you just moved a hemorrhoid.
Well, she's not exactly like she's not exactly in her prime anymore, and that's not being negative. It's like. You have to take into consideration the age of these actors too. Like you can stretch it, and that's the beauty of acting. You can stretch it forward and stretch it back, but
then again, may I also add? Sorry, Schooner. May I also add? It's because my image of that woman has soured due to her antics. That's probably, that's probably a combination of that too.
Well, I mean, that's what you have going on with like Alyssa Milano. I mean, you have an actress that pretty much already peaked long before her Charm days and had a second peak with Charmed. And after that, that was it. I mean, and it's the same with Rose McGowan. I mean, Rose McGowan, her peak was around Jawbreaker, and
Mhm.
she was still dating Marilyn Manson. And that, that was kind of cool and not cool, in terms of
Now she's
back
shit.
in the 90s in the pop culture stuff. I mean, unless you were into Marilyn Manson, you were like, oh yeah, she's hot. If you weren't, you're like, what the hell are you doing? So, and then subsequently, Rose McGowan had a second peak again with Charmed. And then after Charmed, I mean, after doing that for close to 7 years, because Shannon Doherty was in it for the first three and she kind of dipped out. And after that, shortly after that is where the cancer came in and that became her thing, was battling cancer. But like a lot of these actresses, it's like, I'm not saying they've oversaturated the market, but unless you can find an actress that can break out of like preconceptive notions that, oh, we're getting this character again, oh, we're getting Phoebe in the Spider-Verse is what we're getting. No. It's like if you can find a way to break out of that mold, even better, because you're adding another character to their roster.
You're gonna try real hard selling me Neve Campbell's gonna be in a superhero movie.
Neve Campbell, Scream was her thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a brief stint with Wild Things.
Yeah.
And yeah. And that was only her because of the scene with her and Denise Richards.
Yeah. So I mean, if I had to do A-Force, that's how I would do A-Force on the Marvel side. But like if I had to do Spider-Verse, since we're pretty much done with Black Widow, you guys aren't wanting to do anything else with her. It's like, can we use her? Like, Scarlett Johansson really loves the character. We want to do fan service. We love the character. Bring on as many freaking Marvel execs to tell us what we can and can't do, and we want to put Madden Web on screen in a way that it's never been seen before.
And then when they tell us don't do any of
Hang on,
those
guys,
things,
real quick. For Samuel Proctor says, wasn't the original idea for Rescue was that she didn't want any weapons in the suit, so she could just focus on defense, and she hates violence. Anybody familiar with that?
I'm
I
familiar
could have
with Rescue,
sworn.
but that would actually have been a more interesting story right then and right there too. Okay, so how do now I'm all about defense and helping people, but now I'm out of my element here. What do I do? There's your movie.
Yeah.
Because if you guys remember back then, has anybody watched the Iron Man animated series, the 90s anime series?
Oh my god, I grew up with it, but I don't own it. So I mean, that's something
I didn't ask if you own it. I asked if you saw it, motherfucker.
Yeah, I did. It was a different Tony Stark. Like I like the RDJ Tony Stark. So.
Everybody likes the RDJ Tony Stark because that's how much. Everybody's got to remember too that RDJ was Tony Stark. That was his life before he got that movie.
Yeah. So.
And he was Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. I only have one quip with the Sherlock Holmes franchise. I'm glad. I'm glad
key
with
to my release is underneath this pillow.
Right. You're like, hey. So my whole thing is,
I said that to one of my coworkers.
It never got a third film. It still shows that it's supposed to be released at the end of 2021. I don't care whether they do a third film or not. If it's just a 2-film release, that's great because it's Universal. It's not within, or rather, it's not Universal. It's isn't it? Yeah, it's Warner Brothers.
I was gonna say that I said that line to one of my coworkers, and she looked at me like what? I was like, that's a line from Sherlock Holmes. She's like, really? I was like, yeah. You want me to explain the context of that? She's like, yeah. It's like so one of the characters had him cuffed to a bed, and he's butt ass naked. He's got a pillow covering his loins, and the maid walks in and she gasps, and that's where he comes up. That's where he gets the line. I assure you, ma'am, the key to my release is underneath this pillow, which works as a double entendre on top of that.
Yeah. Well, okay. So my problems with Sherlock Holmes was I didn't like the hair. They could have just stuck to a classic side part. I would have been fine. If you
Yeah.
had to modernize the hair a little bit, cool, whatever. But I didn't like the mullet. So the only other thing that I had a problem with was the sound mix. If you watch all the included content with Sherlock Holmes, it's they had a speech coach on set the entire time, and he nails the accent. But in the sound mix, like his voice is brought down, and the music is a little louder, and also the background's also a little louder. So it's really hard to make out what he's saying because
Mhm.
I don't know if they were just kind of being a little touch and go with the fact that RDJ is doing doing an English accent. But here's the thing: you have an American actor doing it, and that's what Guy Ritchie wanted, and it makes sense for what Guy Ritchie did in that first film. Like, I personally like that film. I know I have my quips with it, but I still would give it a 4.5 out of 5. So,
Yeah.
I love
uh,
both movies, and
and
I
what's really
really think
funny,
that and I really
yeah,
think it was a missed opportunity in Infinity War. RDJ couldn't say no shit, Sherlock, to Doctor Strange.
yeah, and the thing with Warner Brothers missed the mark on that one because if they really wanted to, because you have to remember it's like a lot of these Dark Universe characters are public now. It's like if they really wanted to build a dark universe with RDJ on the WB side, they could have. They could have. I mean, it's all mysteries, and at the very end, we find out that the supernatural monster isn't a supernatural monster. It's all science. So
That would actually be really, yeah, that would actually have been really interesting. In fact, there was one, I mean, just building off of Troy's Monsterverse, he referenced that they could do something on, they referenced that they could do something on Jack the Ripper, how he's
yeah,
connected. There is actually a story that exists, a Sherlock Holmes story where he's on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
yeah.
That would
So
have been, now that would be a movie.
yeah, so and it's like and here's the here's the thing with these again the boomer cognitive dissonance. Here's the thing with these franchises: you can go wherever you want with them. I mean, yeah, if you still want to push identity politics and you still want to push agenda, you can. I'm not saying you can't. I mean, it's
Nobody
well
said
known.
Jack the
It's
Ripper.
well known.
We'll call her Jacqueline Ripper.
Right? Jacqueline Ripper would be pretty cool. I'd want to see that. Like, and you know why? Because with a female character, you can get away with a lot more than you can with male characters. And yeah, you could say it's sexist in terms of, oh well, you're objectifying women. I'm like, no, there's a complete different space that women can go where men can't go. It's like, it's like let's not be myopic about that. I mean, we kind of saw a little bit of it with Scarlett Johansson playing Black Widow when we get Avengers Assemble, the first film. So yeah, it's like they can go into a space that men cannot. I mean, unless we're using a gay character, sure, why not? I mean, if you're giving me all these freaking lemons to work with, I'm gonna make me some cherry lemonade, a la hot dog and a stick, and I'm gonna enjoy the millions that are coming in. While you guys are wondering, wow, you guys are so creative. I'm like, no, you're giving me the rules. I just got to find my way to write my way around them. So
that's another thing too. Rules are not necessarily bad. I mean, when they said Batman the Animated Series, you can't have anybody get killed. That's where they got the idea of that torturous grin on people's faces for the Joker. The rules make you think more creatively.
Yeah, you have to. It's sort of like what Stan Lee's rules for Spider-Man are. It's like there is a definite sheet that goes down with Spider-Man. And that's why, and again, that's why, when it came down to Kid Spidey, they had to kind of stay within that sheet that Stanley had of how you write this character, because it's very specific. And then on top of that, you have the rules imposed by Sony. Like, you can't use Mary Jane, but you can use MJ. And that's where we got Michelle from. And that's why that's why you see elements from Ultimate Spider-Man in the Homecoming film, because they had to figure out elements for this character that they're having to write for. So But let's not go too far into the weeds. I mean, it's Wolf's birthday, so I mean, what else do you want to talk about, Wolf? Well, I have this story. I have this story right here. If you guys want to talk about it,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
all right. So there's two. There's the LGBT Legos, or
Mhm.
there's also coming from
Back
comic
up.
Huh.
They're really pushing for LGBT Legos.
Yeah, yeah. Here's my thing with that.
Legos.
Here's my
Wait.
thing.
Hang on, Boomer. Boomer. I just called you Boomer. My bad. Hang on, Trooper.
Hell no!
Oh, hells no.
I'll have to talk
like
this. I'll make sure I talk like this now.
I can't wrap my mind around it. It's ridiculous. I tell you,
Here,
it's ridiculous.
I'll put it in
But-
private chat so you can post it on the actual comments because
But-
I have
no,
a whole
no,
bunch
no,
of
no,
things running on my
let
PC.
me wrap my mind around this. LGBT Lego bricks that you can build,
Mhm.
characters that you can build,
Mm-hmm.
interchangeable heads, interchangeable hairs,
That'll be the next iteration.
interchangeable bodies.
That'll be the next iteration because you can
Come on,
already do that with
you know-
Legos.
I mean, first off, Legos were intentionally androgynous because they could be anybody. But
Yeah.
now
Well,
we're actually.
This looks
are
so
you telling me we're-
stupid. I'm
Well,
looking at
are
the
you
picture right
telling me
now.
we're actually going
Of
to
course, it's
have
from Comic Book
anatomically-
Resources.
Are you telling me we're actually going to have now anatomically
Oh.
correct Legos?
Well, like what you're seeing is you're seeing merchandising for quote Pride Month. You know, here's my thing. I have three things with this. You shouldn't merchandise that towards kids. Two, that's like 2 or 3% of the human population. It's a fringe group. Cool, whatever. You know, be empowered, whatever. Do as you will. But don't-
Actually, that's where you're wrong. Don't let anybody hear you say that because they'll gouge your eyeballs out because according to them.
Oh, let them.
Yeah,
Let them. I'm a toxic dude. Trust me. I have street.
No, according to them, it's actually secretly 50% of the population.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, with them indoctrinating these, I want to call them young adults and kids. You know, with them indoctrinating them in school, that's where you're getting the almost 1 in 4 percentage. And then point number 3. I'm going to say I can say it's not natural. I can say that it has to do with several factors. It has to do with socialization. It has to do with your home environment. It has to do whether the person has been assaulted or not, and it also has to do with strong reinforcement of female and male, not characters but mentors. And if go ahead.
Trooper, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll be right back with you. I was doing a private chat with Wolf Team Media. Are you telling me there are now LGBT Legos?
Well, that's where they're going to go. I mean, they're coming out with a rainbow set. They're coming out with a rainbow set for LGBT Pride Month. But here's my thing: it's like with Legos being as interchangeable as they are, it's only going to be a matter of time before you get your first gay Lego character.
I'm just saying that. Okay, I'm going to sound really terrible for saying this.
Oh no, go for it. Go for it. Because I mean,
go ahead.
Don't apologize.
Pride Month has become institutionalized.
It really has. It really
all
has.
Yes,
about
I agree. I agree.
I used to be happy about Pride Month. Yes, Wolf Tan being happy about these lame brain months. You know what I'm saying? These kind of lame brain months that they keep announcing every year. I used to be happy for the LGBT community with their Pride Month, waving their flags, running around butt ass naked, painted all over.
Well, look, if they want to run around advertising for whatever it is they're advertising, cool, whatever. Again, I don't agree with your opinion because, again, my opinion is different than yours in terms of whoever this person we're talking to.
When can I get a month of pancakes?
Yeah, exactly. But we live in a space, we call it that. We call it the United States, where you're allowed to have that. So I have to have a social compact with you that I have to be okay with you having an opinion, just like you have to be okay with me having an opinion. Right. You don't have to respect it, but we both have to kind of come to that consensus because that's what allows us to function as we do already. but we're too busy deconstructing, all these things, and it's getting polarized where everyone is forgetting that there's still that social compact we have to adhere
It's
to.
it's getting deconstructed because people want this. They have this idea in their head that just because we're giving you this Pride Month thing, they want to do every hedonistic thing that they want to do. But since of course they act up on this idea like well, this is the land of the free, right? So that means I should be able to stab anybody I want and not receive any consequences. No, no,
Well, here's
that's
the
not
thing.
how that works.
Here's the thing, and this is why the LGBT community works the way it does, because it's more or less divorced from religion.
Hmm.
In terms of it's very secularized. Whatever your moral position is on whether if you're gay or lesbian or bisexual or fake gender,
Or fake orientation.
yeah, fake gender, because
non-binary. I don't know what
yeah,
that means.
because you're a fake man or you're a fake woman, whatever it is.
It means you don't want to be bound to biology, but biology is going to keep binding you to that fact of nature.
Well,
Which is fun.
I told you,
Which again, I stress this because these people, most of these people are purportedly lovers of nature, right?
right.
They all about.
Oh yeah,
fuck,
they love the nature argument. It's
yeah.
I know where you're going.
They want to touch and grope and kiss trees and all and smoke their hookahs. But I'm like, nature don't give a damn about what you do with your privates, and it had nothing to do with you owning the pronouns.
Yeah.
A tiger is gonna see you as food, whether you tell him somebody, whether you tell him I'm I'm they them. No, you're meat to him.
Exactly. The tiger, it doesn't go after the gazelle or the elks because of their species. It's looking at them and it says, that is food. I need to eat that.
It has no rules of engagement either. Sorry, Trooper.
Okay, so like I was saying,
there's no rules of engagement. I'm sorry. I don't care whether it's all about population control or not. If it's male, it eats. If it's female, it eats. If it's a baby, it eats.
Mm-hmm.
Predators eat meat.
All right,
Go ahead.
So where I was going with this, it's secularized, meaning its values is I wouldn't call them atheistic, but I would call them devoid of morals in terms of religion, and now relies on ethics. So
I call it arrogance because they think that they don't have to.
Well, this is where the arrogance is coming from, because when you divorce yourself from religion, you are now vulnerable to consumerism and materialism. So what you see being marketed to the LGBT community is just that. It's consumerism, it's materialism, it's because I have gay friends, and it's like, I listen to what's being thrown their way, and I'm like, dude, you're being treated as a consumer. So it's like you're literally an advertisement for more hedonism if you're not paying attention. Like, you want me to treat you as an individual.
Let's make a smoothie.
Probably Leia.
No, I'm done. I made some lemonades, and I've already made it, so I'm finished.
I'm having a bang. I'm having.
And you don't look like a steer of meat, so that kind of narrows it down.
Yeah.
I haven't had. Well, I was making this beef stew from like my dad's, from my dad's side of the family, and freaking to do the dang thing, it takes 5 hours if you don't already have the broth ready. So like, the way I've been doing it is, and I should do it differently. I should do it the way my dad does it. Like, he literally takes a day to go ahead and just make the stock. And then the next day is when you make the soup. But I've just gotten into the bad habit of making it all at once. So it literally takes 5 hours. So I had a bowl this morning after it was done, after I fell asleep on the couch, waiting for it to finish cooking. So like, okay, so you braise the meat and then you throw it into the stew. You've already taken the thing off the stove or whatever. So because it is already at a hot temperature, you want to put that meat like barely, like you want to put it in you want to sear it so it locks in the moisture, and then you go ahead and you turn it into tips. You toss it into the pot with everything else, and because it's at a hot temperature, the meat finishes cooking. So while it's finishing cooking, it's going to go ahead and just release. It's going to release all that flavor. It's going to release all the seasoning and all that stuff into it. So I fell asleep on the couch. I wake up, and I wake up in bed. I didn't realize that I managed to shuffle back in bed because I woke up with my freaking cat sleeping on my face, which I'm used to that now. But yeah, my brother's making himself a bowl, and I'm like, crap. I was like, sorry, I meant to tell you it was almost ready, and I fell asleep. So that's what I had for breakfast, and because it's such a heavy stew, I fell right back to sleep.
Nice.
But,
today I'll cook it with Trooper. Learn about chopping, cake decorating, tenderizing, and chopping.
Right. So, yeah,
channel coming soon.
yeah. So whenever Leia says, "Hey, I have to go cook," I always think, man, it's gonna be like 2-3 hours of cooking. So, well, yeah, okay. Well, here's the thing too. Like
That's true.
Okay,
yeah.
So like my dad is the green thumb in the family. Like, I never pick. I'm barely kind of starting to play with the gardening because I mean, if you kept up with the news and stuff like that, you already know stuff is going up in price because people are staying at home, which means it's creating an artificial shortage because, of course, while some businesses are considered essential, some of these workers who actually put the stuff together are not. So you're getting artificial price inflation. So I was like, man, I really don't like doing this, but let's see if I actually have the talent for it. Because my brother actually picked up a lot of stuff in our family. I picked up some, but not a lot. So I was like, no one messes with gardening anymore. Let me see if I can do it. So, and this is going to sound terrible. So I had a red onion that literally sat in my kitchen too long that decided it was going to start growing. So I was like, let's see if I can get this sucker to grow. So I went ahead and I got me some potting mix, and I got some vegetable mix from like Lowe's or whatnot. And that is not a plug for Lowe's. Research your best dirt. It was just the easiest dirt I could get. So I've had this sucker growing for a few weeks now, and then I was like, I wonder if I can do potatoes. So I'm actually growing 2 potatoes out of a Target shopping bag. Because here's the thing about potatoes: they grow anywhere. The only thing you have to keep in mind is if you're going to try to grow a potato, make sure that when you're at the store that it kind of has some eyes on it. Because if you're not doing organic, usually the non-organic potatoes have been sprayed to where they don't grow. And honestly, that's it's terrible in the way of what you're doing as the manufacturer of delivering potatoes. You want people dependent on your product. You don't want them growing your own product. So I've got these few little potatoes growing out of a shopping bag right now, and they're doing really good. The problem is I'm going to have to move them into a bigger container because potatoes keep growing like they're tubers. So as they grow, you kind of hill up the soil or whatnot. Again, this is all stuff from my I learned from watching my dad do it. But where I was getting at is with some people, I don't know about your family, Leia, but I know my family, there was always this like thing about, okay, so yeah, we go to the store, but we also have our own little things here on the side, whether it's like an herb or it's like a plant that we have on the side that's kind of growing, and as it grows and we prune, we use that in the cooking or whatnot. So I don't have to go and freaking spend money on something I already have growing at home. So
it's a little bit of that with my family. It's a little bit of that, but also it's when I get passed down the cooking heritage from my family. It's just mixing different herbs and spices. Yes, we have to go to the market.
Yeah,
but it's a mixture of what we buy and mixing it up to get the recipes that to cook the food that we want.
Okay.
I wish I could reveal, but I have been sworn to secrecy by the oath of my family. They will, ninja will come get me at night if I reveal the family secret. So
I can already picture when that book of recipes is passed down from generation to generation, music starts playing like from the Sword and the Stone.
Oh gosh! I have a friend like that. The friend that almost turned me into a hood ornament Like her family's like that.
Yes.
Um,
There is a
they're
book of recipes, like a book of spells. There's a
yeah,
book of recipes that I must hold
The
sacred.
secret sauce.
right, yeah.
Yes.
So
All
yeah,
right,
so I get it. Yeah, like
I've already got the opening of a movie right now. You got a witch at her cauldron reading out of a book, and these guys, hunters, all come in. Burn the witch!
I
Burn the
just
witch!
posted something for you guys in the
Yes.
private chat.
yeah.
They come in and they're like, "Burn the witch! Burn the witch!" And she's like, "Oh, hello, boys. Would you guys like some of this delicious soup?" And they taste the soup. It's delicious.
I just watched this video.
Exactly.
That's terrible.
Yes.
So
Only Leia can read the family. So you're probably
right. Well,
right.
okay. So the friend who almost turned me into a hood ornament, like her family is into like pickling, canning and all that stuff. So like almost every other year, we always end up getting like preserves.
I wonder where Greenie went. This would have been right up her alley.
Yeah. So I mean,
She was
they
here
make
earlier.
cranberry jam, peach preserves, that kind of stuff. So yeah, so I, with all this stuff going on with Coof and stuff like that, I've just kind of wanted to be more kind of cognizant of what's, what I really should be paying attention to. And it's like, I've never gotten around to having my own mini garden because I mean that was always around growing up.
What is this? The Mitchells versus the Machines break new ground for LGBTQ representation and animation.
Yeah, I mean that's where we're going. That's where we're going, and
That's all that is. That's just noise now. It's noise now.
It's politicized, though. It's politicized because I'm really getting tired of just about every character that wasn't gay all of a sudden in the next comic book or film or movie. A good Call the Eternals. They're turning a character into one of the LBGTQs all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Well,
that's politicized.
Yeah, here's my thing. Let kids be kids. And here's the thing. We're saying that, if you can't find your own character, your own personality, and you feel like an outcast, now we're saying, oh, well, here, you can call yourself this, and suddenly you can get all the attention you want. But
they should be offended by that because basically what they're saying is you can't create a character on your own, so we're going to steal from another one to make you feel good about yourself.
Okay.
And not only that, they turn this character into a caricature by basically saying to be a good LGBTQ or to be a good this, you have to be this way. You need. Well,
I want to play in Leia's sandbox, and I know that sounds a little dirty, but double entendre right there.
Hang on. Let me tell you why I say that because
I'm go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on Troopers playing Leia's Sandbox. Oh no, that's not in my head. Go ahead.
This line. She says, "Kenny moms Linda asks, among other questions, about the status of a relationship with a female classmate. Mind you, a female classmate she hasn't even met in person yet. Are you and Jade official, and will you be bringing her home with you for Thanksgiving? It's a casual, natural way to confirm that Katie is either lesbian or bisexual. Her voice actor Abby Jacobson is bi. That don't mean shit.
That doesn't mean that. Okay, yeah. The fact of the matter is that bi has become the new safe answer. By the way, that's like all of these characters are bi. You can't say that. I'm sorry, I'm getting all mixed up in my head because that makes me.
I'm telling you, man, you have to keep notes and stuff. Like I literally have a little pad and pen because I mean, when we start talking, the ideas just shoot through my head. So
yeah, no, it's just basically when I hear this, I'm like, what, why?
But why does I mean, it's almost like being straight is a dirty word now to say, well, I'm straight. It's like they don't want you to be straight anymore.
Here's the thing. Where I'm saying from, I just came from watching this movie, and that was not the thing that was on her freaking mind. Was a relationship. She wasn't talking about a boy. She wasn't talking about a girl. She was talking about specifically. She was talking about her new friends that she made.
Right.
Exactly.
Over the years of connecting.
And this article is purely for queer. That quote unquote they call it queer coding.
Yeah, it's queer theory. It's all part of queer theory. It's
Go
ahead.
You saw the movie Wolf, and I haven't seen you saw the movie, and it didn't sound like that's what was the conversation was about. I mean,
no.
Where did they come to the conclusion?
They want No, they want to hijack the conversation and says that's not the conversation. Then they immediately fire back with, well, then why isn't this the conversation?
Because that's not the point of the story. The point of the story was about family. The Mitchells versus machines. It's about family, and again, going by what it was originally called, connected. Basically, if they kept that title, that original title, it would have been meaning the family is reconnecting together as a family instead of reconnecting through social media or reconnecting through devices, which was really the main villain of the movie, a device that went sentient, or at least that had AI in it, a sentient AI,
Okay.
and of course, like that's basically what I got from the movie. The message is just reconnect with your family. Turn off your cell phones and just have fun with your family, or at least try to get to know each other a lot better than just be dismissive like the father was kind of. But the father had legit reasons why he was very dismissive of her school projects, or at least her little side project, which is making YouTube videos and or at least getting to basically getting into filming, basically like being maybe a film special effects artist,
Right.
which him being a parent asks her. He asks her that armor piston question, like, do you even have a plan with this to even make money out of this? I just don't want to make. He even says it to his wife. He doesn't really say it to Dar. He says it to the wife. He says, I just don't want to make. I just don't want to I just want to make sure she doesn't she's able to make a job out of this, or not be not fall flat in disappointment, which means it ties into what I said about him building stuff, like being a builder. He built a cabin years ago for a project in camp, I think. I forgot. Oh, he built his wife a cabin, but he was sad they had to sell off because there was nothing he could do with it. I guess I'm not sure how it go. I could be misremembering that, but that's where his fear comes in at.
Okay, well, let's go back to Leia Sandbox. So
yeah,
all right. So
let's build a sandcastle.
Okay, so be careful for the sandworms. In our private conversations, just like I'm an action figure collector, Leia is a doll collector. Cool. Okay, that's very stratified, right? Dolls, action figures. Okay, so a few years back, Barbie. I mean, Barbie has always been Barbie in terms of the franchise, if you will, being explicitly for girls. I see a problem. I see a problem ahead for Barbie. Now, mind you, throughout the last 2 decades of us growing up and stuff like that, we've seen wheelchair Barbie. We've seen, Barbie has, friends of color, cool, whatever. I don't even know if there's a gay Ken doll at this point. I don't keep up with Barbie.
We're getting it.
It's coming. Don't worry, it'll be there.
And that's kind of where I wanted to take this conversation for a hot minute. It's kind of like what they're doing to these male franchises. It's only going to be a matter of time before they start attacking female franchises, because again, Barbie's very stratified. So is Barbie going to have the mold of her body changed? Like, are we? Yeah,
like I could see it. I could see it now. This is what is it? Fat positive Barbie.
Yeah, because Barbie inherently is the female ideal, regardless of what color you are as a girl. Barbie has her prince. She gets her little dream mansion, which I think is a little over the top. But I mean, when you're a girl, I assume you watch all the Disney fairy tale films, so you're kind of okay, cool, whatever. That's all girl niche stuff. I don't necessarily keep up with that, but we're gonna get to a point where, are we going to get a non-binary Barbie, or is Barbie measurement going to have to change?
I'm at that point. Now that you bring that up, I'm anxious to see what they're going to do with that, because that will be quite the undertaking to design a Barbie around that type of that type of target audience that's supposed to.
Here's the thing. Like, oh, you know what? Leia will be more familiar with this. And okay, so I'm not going to talk about all my exes, but I had one who was into Barbie, and she had
Try not to sound like Boomer or Daniel Craig. I mean Daniel
well,
Craig.
no. One of the things that I noticed is she was collecting a particular line, which got me fascinated because I was like, well, okay, well, I've never seen this kind of level of attention put into, girls' toys, if you will. But she had like a Vera Wang Barbie. She had Bill Blas inspired Barbie. Like,
Oh,
and
yeah,
the only
I-
yeah. Like the only thing I really was like, I might get was like a skull, was a like a Mulder and Scully X-Files. That's what I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's kind of like made for me. I mean, that's like X-Files. I can get like, I can pose them and do like a X-Files background and kind of stuff. But
Oh my God! Here's the name for your channel: the Troopers Toy Box.
right.
right.
But
I like that.
yeah, so that's my thing. It's like, we've already gotten to the point where we can't keep boys and girls stuff apart anymore. Now they
Once
have
you're
to be
done,
mixed
Trooper, I
in.
want to address Eloise Duado.
Yeah, so my main thing for Leia was like, is after they're done, after they're done attacking all these boy brands, is Barbie already being attacked? It's like I don't know. So
Yes, Elise Dwaddle, Commander, she's right. Barbie is getting a girlfriend. This
Really?
attack on yes, she is.
what?
This attack. I said the same thing, guys. This attack
That's
on
crazy.
Barbie has already started.
Okay.
I was talking with another collector, and because usually when we collect, we get a catalog letting us know what's coming out this year, so we know what to set aside
Right.
money to purchase. And he was just saying, I was saying, why are all the dolls ugly this year? Barbie is ugly this year, and they are. They
Are
have
they?
pink hair.
Wow.
They don't
Now you
look
got
like
me
Barbie anymore.
curious.
They have. I'll see if I can find some pictures in the chat to send it to you.
I'm
They
looking
have
on
Barbie.
Bing right now.
Yes, they
They
have
I'm
Barbie with
searching up
pink.
Bing images right now.
Yeah.
They have Barbie with pink hair, blue hair. There is a body positive Barbie. There's several of those out. There is a non-binary Barbie in which they describe it as it's not identified as girl or boy, so that girls and boys can play with Barbie and not be ostracized about it.
What?
They and the Ken dolls are becoming more effeminate. It's very
Ooh.
hard. It's very hard to get the classic Ken dolls of the past.
Mhm.
They're now making it more effeminate. So it's already starting. And I know the company made a statement saying that they want to make Barbie more inclusive. And even I noticed this year some purchases I even made because I think they're just too ugly. They're not Barbie anymore. They're just too ugly.
Oh, that's
This is not the
terrible.
glamorous Barbie
Right.
that
Right.
I grew up with or I wanted to collect. And I do own a Barbie dream house, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm proud of that because I've been dying. I never had a chance to collect one, and I finally got one, and I treasure it. So
Oh, that's
call me
cool.
guilty. But
No. I
Trooper,
mean,
And that's the whole
and it
point of pop culture too, is that we are supposed to be the kids who grew up with this stuff. And yes, we couldn't have that toy, but we
Did
can
they look
find
like
them at the
this,
collector's
Leia?
market. Oh, sorry.
Go
let
ahead,
me take.
Trooper.
Go ahead and take a look at it. Okay.
oh wow.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Yes.
Can I say Tar Baby on stream? Is that something YouTube will strike me down for?
Bruh. Bruh. Go ahead.
Wow.
But first of all, I don't own those. And I'm gonna tell you something else, guys. I want to let you know right now, as a collector. Let me tell you, matter of fact, that I don't know who they're marketing for. They are not selling. They are not selling. They're sitting on the shelves. You know what all of us are buying? We're buying the classic Barbies. The classic Barbies. They still have Barbies that are beautiful, but they sell out so fast. But these other ugly monstrosities, these sinful-looking creatures of creatures of nature. Trust me,
God.
nobody's buying them.
You know
Oh
what?
my God.
They make it for. Nobody's buying them. Trust me on that.
That's crazy. Wow. So much conversation off of LGBT freaking
Square,
Legos.
you got something to say?
I'm just basically saying I can already picture a funny cartoon we could make. It's Barbie seeing all of the new lines, and she's just like going, "Oh no, 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 no."
Yes.
Calls
No.
up on the phone. She calls them up on the phone. She calls up somebody on the phone, and she says, "Do it." And
Bro,
it
I
will.
was you know what's sad about this?
It's because it's the guy who he's executing all of them.
You know what's sad about this? I had an uplifting platitude ready for Eloise until you brought it up, Leia. You confirmed it. I was
I'm
about to say,
very
look, I was about to say, you know something? One thing the beauty about Barbie anyways is that you can do a lot of things with her. Considering that this broad, excuse me, Leia,
Mhm.
holds
Okay.
holds an infinite amount of jobs, goes into infinite amount of careers,
What's the
and the
Barbie verse?
and the boyfriend really does all you got. He's a stay-at-home boyfriend basically. Ken's basically a stay-at-home
Hey, that'd
boyfriend.
be great, man. If I can stay
I'm
home
just
and
saying,
just play
like
video games
look,
and be a big old man child and be
look. I had
objectified.
this conversation.
Yeah.
Look, I
Yeah.
had this conversation with I had this conversation with a friend of mine, right?
Yeah.
And she had the wrong idea about Barbie. This was funny, and I at the quote unquote correct her on her
Right.
assumptions about Barbie. But like she said, I don't get how Barbie's so special anyway. She is she so isn't she like a bimbo? I was like, excuse you. I'm gonna call her Stacy. I don't want to say her name out loud. Excuse you, Stacy, but let me tell you something about Barbie. Barbie is one of the I don't know why people will ever have that idea about Barbie when she's the most hardworking woman on the planet.
She's a hard woman working toy.
Let me
Yeah.
tell
You
no,
know, if you
I'm just saying she was an astronaut, she was a scientist, she was a chemist, she was a ballerina, she was a teacher of
well, you know, if you want to
all
do a
grades of
Barbie verse,
schools.
I mean, if you want to
A
do a
dog
Barbie verse,
owner, a dog groomer, a horse ranch owner, a
yeah.
horse groomer, a horse breeder. This, this one, this broad has
Watchdog.
worked so many jobs,
Let's
and
put it
all
this
her
way.
boyfriend did is sit on the couch and just wait and have
Let's
her
put
dinner
it this way.
and
If
make her
my
dinner.
job was literally to be at 10% body fat the whole time and I just get to do my own thing, and heck yeah, sign me up. But what I was going to say is you could do so much with that franchise too. I mean, it's literally like instead of House of M, it's House of B because that doll has had so many freaking jobs. She's
Mhm.
had all sorts of freaking friends. She's got it, every one of them. I mean, except I haven't seen the Tourette's Barbie, but I'm pretty sure there's one out there. I mean,
Yep.
it's like, but
Soon, stalker Barbie.
yeah.
Exactly. My thing is this. It's like where I was going with that is the fact I was about to give her an uplifting speech there. I'm like Barbie can be whatever you want her to be if you own a Barbie. So
Yeah.
her having a girlfriend would have been your prerogative if you were playing with Barbie.
Yeah,
Barbie,
yeah.
that's where I saw it from my point of view, from an outsider looking in on Barbie.
Yeah.
Barbie was made to appeal to every little girl that wanted to be something in life, be it a housewife, be it a dentist, be it an astronaut or whatever. If you wanted to be it, you can act that out with Barbie. If you wanted to be gay, you can do that with Barbie. If you wanted Ken to be gay, you can do that with Ken. That's why they look.
Right.
That's why all the Barbie. That's why from what I saw, the way how I saw it, all the Barbie dolls had that exact same face, right? They had
Right.
different skin tones. You had the Mexican Barbie, you had the black Barbie. They didn't really look Mexican or black, mind you. Not entirely. They still got a white woman face. Let's not beat around the bush on that one. They still have a white woman face now, but still, like my cousins had black Barbies. Some friends who were Mexican had Mexican Barbies. All right. We even had the white Barbies. But I'm saying like you had all varieties, and from what I said, the way how they designed it, it was designed to make to to imagine what you were doing. Just like with Lego, you can imagine any scenario. Just with G.I. Joe, you can imagine any scenario.
That's funny with that picture with that dude with that tutu. I was like, no, that's wrong.
Same thing with Transformers. Yes, they had names, but you can make any kind of. That's the whole point of a toy.
That's the whole point of a toy, right? Yeah.
That's the whole point of. Bottom line is that's the whole point of a toy. Look at Andy on Toy Story.
Yeah.
All those toys are different branded toys. They probably have their own different universe, but if you had those toys all together in your room, you had your universe in your room.
Yeah.
And,
So
well, so that's the way. That's the way. Excuse me, Triple. Well, the way you described it is the way Barbie was to me when I was a little girl. Barbie was whatever I molded her to be. I had black ones, I had white ones, I had Mexican ones. I didn't care. I wasn't stuck on skin tone and color. I picked
right,
the
right.
one that I liked the most, and that was and that's the one that I wanted to play with. And so it didn't make a difference to me. I used this thing called imagination. I made her what I wanted her to be. But this generation doesn't want to do that. They want somebody else to do it for them. And that's why Mattel is doing the gay Barbie or give Barbie a girlfriend, because they don't want the kids, girls now. Well, I think part of it's the adults who felt that Barbie was responsible for maybe their bad marriage or not figuring out their sexuality. I've heard people say that, or not because I didn't go off and run for president. They blame it on a doll that's not alive because they played with Barbies. That's the reason they're not assertive females today, whatever,
I'm
blah, blah, blah.
Didn't Dexter do something like that in Dexter's laboratory? Didn't he mock a teddy bear saying that his invention failed because of that thing?
Yeah, something like that. But
It was the episode he made Dee Dee smart, and then Dee Dee beat them in the competition. And Dee Dee got smart and said, "All right, if you want a real assistant, Dexter, then use this, and it's a toy."
So I went ahead and I posted 3 more articles in private chat, and for everyone who's like listening in. So I posted 3 more articles for Wolf's B-Day. So the articles that I found were the headline is Wolverine Beast just turned Logan into Marvel's most powerful vampire slayer. So I was thinking, are we getting Van Helsing? Is that what we're getting? And then the other headline was Dave Bautista expands on his MCU exit. The shirtless thing is getting harder. And here's the thing. When we're talking about testosterone replacement therapy or human growth hormone replacement, you only have so many cycles. So I'm thinking this dude is on his way out because he's been on the G's for a while. So there's not going to be a buff, there's not going to be a buff Drax coming anytime soon.
Yeah, I think he's made it official that Guardians 3, whenever that's made, it's his last one. He doesn't want to be in the MCU anymore. So that could be. But I thought maybe he felt because maybe he sees the writing on the wall that his character. I think that he was hinting at that a little bit, that his character wasn't going to be developed, and also for the other reasons you just said. So yeah, he's been hinting that a while.
The last article that I found was, and everyone seems to be like mocking this. I'm not, because I see what's coming on the horizon. This one's from Variety. It's Discovery Chief David Zaslav gets $190 million in stock options after pulling off Warner Media deal. So everyone is scoffing at this whole thing of, oh, AT&T couldn't handle it, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. It's like, no, it's like, what I see happening with them bringing in Discovery Communications is, I'm sorry, Warner's going to be the odd man out. AT&T, bought, whatever. And then you had these people at Warner that didn't want to play nice. So you had all this thing kind of play itself out with the HBO Max, and and this whole Snyder, all these simps for Snyder and all that stuff. So you had that play out. Because we can't have, fan oriented content. But what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing Warner, me personally, I see Warner being taken apart. Like some of the assets have already been distributed. Like, just to kind of give you guys a little peep into, the Trooperverse. Whenever I'm bored, I do play Hogwarts Mystery. And that's also part of Warner Media. So that's being compartmentalized. So here's my thing, and I tend to call it Discovery, like Discovery Media, or I tend to call it Discovery Communications. Like, this is where we're going. If Warner thought they were going to get their way, I don't think they're getting their way. I think what we're getting is another juggernaut that's going to be able to take on Disney, and it's not going to be Warner. It's not going to be Warner, because if you're not watching like, content, as far as superhero stuff, what are you watching? You're watching science stuff, discovery stuff, science fiction stuff. So I'm thinking we're on a new horizon in terms of entertainment when it comes to the Warner Media deal. I'm thinking Warner's pretty much dinosauring its way out. Like they had a chance to play nice with AT&T. So I mean, we can go to any of those articles if you guys want. I mean, it is fun talk. So this is Wolf's stream. But the reason I bring it up is because we're in the middle of the third hour, and it went by real fast. So.
Yeah, we're scooting by here. The Warner deal. So, are you saying that the loser is
The loser's Warner?
Is,
the loser's Warner.
Loser's Warner. Yeah.
Because the way the shills are putting this out in mainstream media is that it's a loss for AT&T. As far as I know, AT&T still has 71% controlling interest, but they're not going to be dealing directly with Warner anymore. Because what we got out of AT&T wanted to go via streaming, and so does Discovery. And everyone keeps saying, "I don't know why everyone thinks streaming is a thing. I don't know why streaming is a thing." And a lot of it is coming from either Gen Xers or it's coming from Boomers that don't get it. It just is. They don't get it. Like the thing is, it's doing away with cable. The cable's next evolution, unfortunately, is streaming. It's internet. It's not the cable box where you get all your 150 channels. The next iteration is Pluto TV. It's not Peacock, because the difference between Pluto TV and Peacock is that Pluto TV lets you watch for free. And guess what? You're their test audience. So anything you watch, they're polling. I'm cool with that. I'm fine with watching 24/7 Baywatch. Because I like watching Pam Anderson and the cheesy. You guys can go to Pluto TV. You can watch for free, and this is for everyone in the chat. There's a Star Trek channel, this is coming from CBS. Oddly enough, like you see a lot of CBS content, and you see a lot of old NBC content. But there's a Baywatch channel. There's a Star Trek channel. I think I told Netter about this a little while ago, and it doesn't catch on with people as much as I would like it to. Like cable, for the most part, it's on its way out. You can get on demand through streaming, so that's that part of it.
Some people stand in the darkness, afraid. I
know, right? Oh my god! I want to get the
some people need somebody.
Dude, I didn't even know. Here's the crazy part. I didn't even know Jason Momoa was in Baywatch Hawaii. I didn't even know there was a Baywatch Hawaii to begin with. But freaking Pluto TV shows this stuff. Like a lot of this stuff got put out on Blu-ray DVD in Region 2 in Europe, and and Matt Flynn's corner.
Did they actually call it Baywatch Hawaii?
Yes. Oh my gosh, dude! Like the craziest part is seeing like Jason Momoa being a total Chad with the really bad acting, and them trying, and Baywatch Hawaii trying to insert this like cringe lesbian like kiss between two really hot babes. I'm like, it doesn't work. Why did you do that? Why didn't you just say that I had to go somewhere? Oh, I saw that you were in a jam and I wanted to take you out. I'm like, look, just say it. Just say you have a thing for the chick. Just say it. But again, we're talking about like older TV. Right?
My first lesbian experience was Xena Warrior Princess, and not because Xena and Gabrielle got together in the end. It's because of the scene with the Bacchae. Anybody remember the Bacchae?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. I had to think about it for a minute.
That overly long dance sequence in that one scene, and you see Gabrielle just dancing with two girls.
They're like trying to dance around the fact that, how do we put lesbians on TV? No one's ever done it. Ooh, now it's like every 5 minutes. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the bite that Gabrielle had to give to Xena. I thought you meant that. That was the moment you're talking about. Oh, okay.
My moment was when she was in a party,
right? Oh,
little weirdos.
Oh, with that bad rap music.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Come on, drink the blood. Come on, drink the blood. They even played that song again in Young Hercules.
Wow.
Young Hercules had the Bacchae too, and they
song. Go ahead.
So this like Discovery deal is massive. Like, it pretty much means it's okay. Let's put it in a microcosm. In Las Vegas, 2 decades ago, when they built the Monte Carlo, it was a joint venture between Wynn Properties and Circus Entertainment, which then became Mandalay Resorts, which then became MGM Resorts International. I'm sorry, when you live in Vegas, you just know this crap because that's all people talk about here. So with the Monte Carlo, the way it was structured is Win fit the bill as far as building this resort, right? We're going to build it, you run it. So then Circus Entertainment was the company that ran and operated it. So it was this weird thing where in terms of like HR policies and stuff like that, it was more concurrent with who was operating it versus who owned the building.
Once you're done, Trooper, I want to address this comment real quick.
So this is where the Discovery thing comes in. So, okay, so AT&T still has a controlling stake. Cool, whatever. But now you have Discovery coming in. And if Warner isn't going to play nice, from what I've seen, is there's going to be a lot of layoffs coming, and it's going to be in the it's going to be on the Warner side. So all this not playing nice with AT&T, and we don't want to do these films and blah 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 blah. We want HBO Max to fail, and the four of us know streaming is where everything is at. It's on demand. You get it at any time. This is where they want to go. They want to cut the theaters out completely. I see this as being for theaters. If they don't get with the program, they're done. So for theaters, best thing to do is they got to start running cult films again. They got to start showing old films that they can go ahead and purchase and show. There's nothing with having freaking Escape from New York or Escape from LA. Like, people want to go see films. That's not the problem. People want to go outside because we've been locked, in our houses with a coof.
Been isolated for so long.
But if these theaters don't get with the program, they're going to literally go out of business. And guess who's going to come in and buy them out? It's going to be Amazon. It's going to be Discovery. It's going to be all these freaking people that are just waiting because they don't want to put any more money into whatever it is that they're doing. They want the opportunity to buy it at zero, if you will. So if these theaters just kind of Sarah Connor their way out of reality, like it won't cost them anything to put their film in theaters and to put their film on streaming, or better yet, have exclusive content that you can only get here or get there, and which later goes on to streaming once it no longer makes money. It's perfect. You never have to sell Blu-ray or DVD again, which is kind of the cringe part.
Don't tell Boomer that.
But that's where I'm getting at.
Silently in the distance.
That's where we're going. So they want to hold on to their stuff so they can edit it later. That's fine. Cool. Whatever. Do what you want. Like I'm a grown adult. I know how to go outside, and I know how to go. Like I know how to plant a potato. I know how to have a good time. I know how to do my own stuff. So, but that's kind of why I brought that thing up. So yeah, go ahead and talk about that comment.
So Sam Parker says, Lay, you say that like there isn't a bad rap song. You have not been born in the 90s, have you, sir? At least in the case of what you've been saying, you may have came after the 90s where there was where later on we started getting a little bit better with the rap opening things.
Is a hack. I understand. So far, he is not aware of Total.
True. Go ahead, Leia.
I was going to say it hasn't been good for quite a long time. There was a time when it was pretty decent.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of it, but there was some decent records. But now it's just they're just letting anybody record a record.
Well, you had Jade, you had Total, you had SWV. I mean, you had any shape of woman that you wanted. If you wanted her to be a little bit more thuggish, you just listen to Dina Howard. It's like you could pick.
My thing was this. Is that from what I've seen so far, a lot of people who reviewed like old 90s stuff that had a rap jingle for the opening, they didn't really take it to that much. Whereas I, surprisingly, as a little kid, actually enjoyed those rap jingles, like Bots Masters. Bots Masters had a rap jingle in the beginning. Of course, Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation's original opening thing, which I'm really mad at the fact that they changed it when they brought it to the Hub Network, which was originally Discovery Kids, and they changed the opening jingle. But looking back at it now, I understand why people would I understand why they would change it, because not too people like rap openings like in certain shows, like say Ninja Turtles or even the case of Power Rangers Operation Overdrive, which also had a a rap jingle too, which I agree, it was bad. It was way worse. I would say it's way worse than Mystic Force's R&B single for that one. We came from all right, here it comes, time to turn it out to whatever it was that Operation Overdrive was trying to push out. Cause that was of course we had the we had the infamous One Piece opening from which was originally the Fox box, which later was rebranded as 4Kids TV.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Schooner probably knows what I'm talking about.
There's some of them, yeah. Boss Masters, I remember. Yeah, definitely.
I'm dreaming, don't give it a Luffy. I'm dreaming, don't give it a Zoro.
Yeah.
Did you guys have any other like articles?
Yago. Uh-oh.
Did you guys have like any other like stuff for Wolf's B-Day stream? Like those were my articles for today. So
I don't know
What
if
is this about? What is this about? And I haven't read it yet, but I got to read it. What, Wolverine is not a vampire hunter? What? I gotta click on that and read that. I said, "Oh my god, what have they done to him?"
I think that's where we're kind of going. Which, you know, there hasn't been a Van Helsing film in a very long time. I don't know. Like we're getting to the point where we don't know
back
what
to
to do with these
vampires.
characters.
Yeah.
Like
that's my question, because we already had with Jubilee being a vampire. We've already had a moment where I think somebody else was a vampire from X-Men. I mean, if you want a vampire story, why don't you push Michael Morbius since y'all trying to do it with the Morbius movie?
Well, the other
yeah, I'm waiting on the Morbius movie.
The other woke article I found was I found a woke article that says 60% of female gamers hide their gender due to harassment online, and I wanted to laugh. I'm like, girls don't play video games. Like,
girls do play video games. They don't, and they don't even hide their gender.
Like
their gender's written all over their user handle.
What I'm getting at is, girls are more flexible. They're not always plopped in front of a freaking monitor. Girls do a whole bunch of other things. Like they hang out with their girls. They go to the mall. They're just as sociable as guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, yeah, you do have like the one or two, you do have that niche, you know, female gamer crowd. I mean, but
let's call it for what it is, fear mongering.
Yeah, I've never
that's what it sounds like.
I've never come across a female gamer who didn't tell me she was a chick. So it's like, I'm like, harassment how? How would we harass her? If anything,
hey Neil Star, by the way.
If she's the only girl in the freaking guild, I get, you know, it's like, yeah, you're gonna have a whole bunch of freaking chads hitting on you, but like, you know, when it comes to like, you know, guild infighting, you know, it's always about protecting the females. So because I mean, I ran in a WoW guild. I mean, that's how it was. We had our one or two female gamers, and it was, hey, yeah, what's up? Hi guys. So like the females always got the attention, even if they were a terrible healer. I'm like, so, but yeah. So I mean, that's what I had for today. I mean, like other than that, I thought the Discovery thing was a big.
Let's get into that. Let's get into video games one of these days. One of these days, I don't know how familiar you are with video games. Plus size, because I do want to bring up the topic again about video game movies, especially when we recently had a Mortal Kombat movie, which I have not seen yet, and going by what I've seen,
I would say skip it to save your life, but you know, it's certainly up to you. But I didn't enjoy it at all. I thought it was absolute disaster.
I found another cringe article too, where it pretty much Tom Hiddleston was, quote, taught Loki school to his Disney Plus cast and crew. So you mean to tell me you have a whole entire cast and crew who don't know how to handle his character? We're going back to WandaVision, going back to Sam Wilson, special guest star, you know, James Buchanan Barnes, where they don't know what to do with these characters, man. It's like they're getting like these cheap writers and cheap labor, and it's like,
well, see what they're doing. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I don't know if you will on Disney. It's on Disney Plus, or it's on YouTube. Well, I guess they have the making of the Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier, and they have this is what he was, or I call it special guest star, or I gotta apologize that I'm a white man Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
yeah. And because all he
let's
was
do my take of it. Replacement Negro and special white boy.
No.
Ouch. I
like
can't use
that.
that word, right? So
Negro's a
that's
positive
y'all's word.
word.
Like,
Yeah,
It's a term of
replacement.
endearment.
mm,
See you
That's
later, Dr.
literally
Y.
so
That's literally what it was. Well, they speak to one of the directors of some of the episodes. Let me remind you, this director, of course, is a woman. She's only directed two things in her life. One was an episode of The West Wing, and the other was an episode of the Falcon or the a replacement Negro with white Winter Soldier, whatever one wants to call it. I don't understand. But
oh,
the
Replacement Negro
director,
and white man can't jump.
yeah, yes,
oh.
exactly. The director has credentials was only one project, and then when asked, and this is probably what I'm going to bring up when we do our little office stream. When she was
Uh-huh.
interviewed, she said that the Falcon, or replacing Negro, the Falcon was special like a soldier. She said, "What I want to do with this show is not deal with superheroes.
Oh wow.
This show is not about superheroes."
Unbelievable.
And that's what she said. She said it's not about super. And I knew right then and there when I heard that, I said this, and it shows with the crappy garbage writing that this show had. And I knew right then and there, this woman has no idea what to do with these characters, none whatsoever. And I think she said she never read the comic or saw the MCU movies. That the whole purpose of the show was to make a political statement. See, those the people that they are hiring for these shows, they're not hiring good writers. They're not hiring writers who care for these characters. And they're hiring writers that don't care for these audience. They're not hiring people who know or read these comics. They
RJ
don't
said
care
it
about that.
best. RJ said it best. RJ said it best when he said about Sama Amina being hired from Marvel Comics in general. The fact that whoever brought her in said she told him that she wasn't familiar with comics. And he said that's okay. That's all right. You are right for this job anyways. It's like, wait, how's that? Wait, so her being a foreigner to comics makes it okay? That doesn't compute to me. That does not compute at all to me.
Yeah,
Well,
Like
yeah.
that. That's like hiring me to work a trash compactor, and I have no engineering degree or no knowledge of engineering.
exactly. That's the problem. That's why we're getting garbage. That's why so far these, and I don't have much faith in Loki either. I think Loki's going to be a trash storm. That's
Yeah.
Hey,
why
but at least
Loki is just
we got Owen Wilson in a comic book movie finally.
yippity
Yeah,
doo.
but he's too old now. Like,
I
He's
mean,
irrelevant.
he's very irrelevant. I mean, he was even. I'm gonna get nasty. He was even irrelevant by the time we got to Armageddon. I mean, the only time he might have been slightly relevant at this point was Zoolander.
Wedding Crashers.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he's
yeah,
the same. Owen Wilson is Owen Wilson in every movie. I've seen what he does. It's a
Mhm.
funny film, but that's Owen Wilson.
yeah.
Oh, and
Internship.
wow, Wes Wilson.
Yeah.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a reboot of. Darn it! I want to call it Space Cowboys. I'm not sure. I'd have to look up the film. It's Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, Space Cowboys.
Yeah. I want to see a remake of that with those dudes. Like, it's kind of like a sequel, like crotchety older dudes. I don't know. It's like for me, if you do a sequel or you do anything like that, it's like I want to see like what happened. I want to see an epilogue.
That gives me an idea. That gives me an idea. It's just because this is the fun thing I'm going to share with you an idea that Trooper, you just inspired me. You do we're upset with superhero movies kind of getting away from the archetypes. We do Space Cowboys, but with superheroes. What it is just basically the older generation comes into the new generation, and they got to teach the new generation 1-4.
Exactly. And then, like I was saying, I so agree. But that's why the streaming shows are just garbage dumps, fire insults. They're shells that form themselves. They're hiring these people. They don't have verisimilitude, or what Richard Donner talked about. That's interesting. I just want to say something about Richard Donner. When Richard Donner got the job as Superman, the last movie Richard Donner did was The Omen. For all you little youngies out there, basically Satan as a child. Big hit movie, but that is as far away from
Had a
I
far more
believe.
inferior remake.
Yes, exactly, Commander. But
That was a far cry away. Exactly, a far cry away from the director's fortitude. He just
Yeah.
directed a movie about the ultimate evil, and now you're making him direct a movie about the epitome of good.
Richard Donner, they hired a man who did a movie about say any more a comic book superhero, an aspirational hero. But Richard Donner went in full force and read and did his homework, and then he worked with the writers that they had, so he could give the audience the Superman film that they needed. And you wouldn't think it if you see the film. And if anybody has the DVD, Richard Donner is interviewed on the DVD of the first Superman. He says it himself that. He wasn't that familiar with the comic. He knew the comic, but not that familiar with the comic. But he wanted verisimilitude, which was make it real, make it realistic, take it seriously.
You will believe a man could fly.
Yeah, and that's what he wanted to go out and prove. And that's what he wanted to go out and prove. Now I'm thinking they don't think like Richard Donner, these directors nowadays. They don't think like that. That's why the
They
first
want to pull
Superman.
that BS excuse. Well, Richard Donner didn't get into comics. Some of these writers was into comics. Here's the thing: they were still
Nobody
directors.
wants to see a rewrite of Omen.
Here's the thing: they were still directors. They were still artistes. They were still writers. They knew about directing a story. They knew about directing and shooting. They knew about writing a story. They still had the basic concepts. Superheroes is still a story that they can still write. They didn't look to it to change the story. They looked to add something to it. That's why I know I give shit to Zack Snyder, but at least he still knew he was writing for Superman. Yes, he had the wrong direction for it, but he was a director that was adding to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Whereas these idiots who keep saying that who want to bring up Richard Donner at their own convenience, I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing. Again, here's the thing. You say that, but let's not. But here's one thing that Richard Donner got on you. Yes, the white man got on you that you are lacking.
Goodness.
He is a writer, he is a director, and he was taught the principal basics of how to tell a story. Why do you think people do not want to touch The Omen? Because it was a good, dark, and haunting story. Of course, everybody has their religious reasons for why they wouldn't touch it. Just the same way with The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for Superman. So he can pull some BS Silver Age powers with Superman, but he is still Superman going around saving people. Something that was lost on Zack too.
You guys saw what they're doing to Superman, right? I posted that article where like Superman's a big old Chad now, and freaking Lois is like a big old freaking militant.
That ridiculous, that cartoon they're making now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, not even interested.
Well,
I'm shaking my head.
Jimmy Olsen is now introducing the Black Chad, so that's the new one. So I mean, that's meant to
got that pompadour hairstyle.
Well, what it's meant to do, it's meant to now put into the mind of these people that to be a black man means to be a black Chad. Like, you can't be direct. Like, you're taking the black masculinity. Now you guys are getting it. It's taking the black masculinity out of, say, like Luke Cage. So you can't be Luke Cage. You know, you can't look up to Luke Cage anymore. You got to look up to Super Simp or whoever that is. I have no idea. But like, you know, you can't be a funny guy. You know, don't look to creators or comedians who more or less like carry that flag of black masculinity. Don't look at the Wayans brothers. Don't look at all these men that know how to make light of a good situation into a better situation. Yeah. It's like, you know, go for like the little skinny Chad looking ones. So
I was going to address Trooper. I just want to go back to a point that Neostar, if you're listening to me, I am very aware of that comment that Kevin Feige made, and I truly believe now he has sold his soul, lost his soul, or sniffing too much cocaine. Who knows? In that comment,
pussy must be good.
I guess so. From Brie Larson, I guess she was making him happy because now,
sandwich.
yes, yeah.
That's why she talked that. That's why she talked down to Chris Hemsworth because that dick was good.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
like
Yes.
you introduce a woman like that with your PP,
Right,
and
right.
all of a sudden she thinks she run the world now. Look at Title's mistress in Game of Thrones lore.
Right.
That bitch was running around trying to order people around after Titus introduced her to his PP, and now she thinks she's the queen all of a
Gosh.
sudden. And,
Oh
and guess
yes.
what? And guess what Tywin did when his daddy died? He paraded that broad down on Castle Rock, butt
Right.
ass naked, with a sign saying "I am a whore."
Yeah.
She got brought down by a white dude with blonde, golden hair, who will not tolerate her whoreness. Excuse me, Leia.
That's okay. That's okay. Well,
I'm just saying
Right.
that Brie
go
Larson
ahead.
is that mistress of titles right now. That's what
Right.
Yeah,
she thinks she is.
absolutely.
Oh, you know, it's gonna end up in High Republic. Oh man, dude, that's just gonna
I
make
hope there's
every. I was gonna say that's gonna be every alt right dude's like wet dream because they're all anticipating Avar Chris being played by Brie Larson. They just know it's happening. So, and when I say alt right, I mean alternative to mainstream right think because right think is why we're here right now. So.
putting Brie Larson in Star Wars it's basically a big fu to fans because they know the fans don't like her, and
Yeah.
she is everything opposite of what Star Wars is, and she's just going to force herself. She's I'm too much of a lady to say the B word, but she is. She's going to force herself out
You
there.
can call her a pastrami sandwich. I mean, it's all the same to me. So
Call
It's really unfortunate.
her moisty salami.
well, no. The term I've heard on YouTube because I tend to follow a lot of lawyers too. Like the term I hear is German shepherds. So
Okay.
so it's like okay, I can see how that could be a German shepherd. So it's like
Or in the case of Mike S, a rah, rah, rah.
And you want to think about, it had to be good for something because he gave her status over Scarlett Johansson. Over Scarlett
yeah.
Johansson. He gave Brie Larson status over Scarlett Johansson.
Here's you make a good point because like just like what we were talking about, I think it was either the first or second hour when we finally all showed up. Black Widow and Wanda had the most potential for spin-off
she gets the lion's share.
Like I mean, I told you my ideas on Black Widow, and like in the previous stream, for any of you guys who weren't there, I know you guys were all there. I mean, we were talking about House of M and where you could have gone with WandaVision, like, or at least given us a taste of it, so that we would be like, we want House of M, we want House of M, and it's like, well, you guys are never going to get it because it's too much money. There's your House of M, but but like, yeah, there's nowhere to go with that pastrami sandwich. There really isn't.
That money that they're using is mostly just talking points. That's all they're wasting their money on. Is talking points, just to say, "Oh, we're gonna do this. Oh, we're gonna do that." But they never deliver on any promises. They're like the government. They're like the government. The government is offering you empty promises, whereas your community is the one that's supposed to be the promised land.
Yeah,
I got that from a PragerU video, by the way, and that was very poignant what the man said.
Leia makes a very good point because in the last stream we talked about how Captain Marvel I think got an average of $160 million budget, right? But that pastrami sandwich, so much Feige got so much attention that this is the film that's just going to be the breakout film, and it's going to lead us into the next decade of Marvel films. And then you got this pastrami sandwich getting on a freaking a podium. I don't need to be told how to be a female by an old white man. And I'm like, what are you talking about? like are you telling me that the dude who was having your pastrami sandwich that you just did it to get a film, and that now you got your film, now you can talk trash? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea where this is going. And then I go and I get myself in for free to watch this story, and I'm like, this makes no sense to me. I don't know. I can't keep up with it. Like it's a broken story. Like what am I supposed to see from this film that leads me into Endgame? I don't understand it.
Oh, exactly. And then, when you were talking about Trooper, you were talking about earlier about how neat it would be and how much sense it would make to have, for say, somehow Black Widow end up in maybe one of those crossing over into one of the Spider-Man films. That would make a lot of sense. But no, I think about that all god awful scene in Endgame where Peter meets her and she's like, "Hey, Spider-Man," to her chance try to be all sexy and stuff, and it failed miserably. And I said, "Now, come on, you know good and well if he saw Natasha come in there in her little squeaky black suit, that he would reach manhood in a minute, and that's the one he really should be working with." But no,
like I can tell you, like the theory, you're the female in this room, but as being a bunch of guys, it's that's how it happens. The female walks in the room, suddenly you've reached manhood. So.
But it ain't Brie Larson, I know that's for sure.
Right. Oh hell no. That woman opened her mouth and it was downhill from there. Like I was willing to entertain a female Top Gun film. I really was willing to entertain that. Because I'm all about, what is it?
We all were. I think everybody was. The problem wasn't.
The thing is, Brie Larson, again, she was just average in the beginning of her acting career until she had to step on stage. Talking about Wrinkle in Time, that's what that's what soured my image of her. Because again, I was like, look, Brie Larson is probably cool because I liked her in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World as Ivy Adams, but now she literally became Ivy Adams in real life. Apparently, that's crazy.
I saw Wrinkle in Time, like I saw it over at Eclipse Cinemas. For anyone who doesn't live in the People's Republic of Nevada, okay, so there's this weird thing that's been happening here in town up until the coup, where the business model is now being able to offer like wine and spirits in a theater, because now you have your bars and stuff like that, especially more so in Nevada than some of the other places around the States. So Eclipse is a foreign company from Europe, and what sets Eclipse apart from these other movie theaters is the blue button, is what I call it. There's a little blue button next to your seat, and a really cool waitress, and I say cool as in hot, comes out and asks you what you want off the menu. I mean, at one point, it gets dumb, because if you're literally just like ordering food and drinks just to keep getting the same server girl, you're just doing it to hit on her, is what you're doing, and you're running up a tab, which is what they want. But like, yeah, like the cool thing the movie was terrible. I had to have a few drinks just to get through it. But yeah,
with salary with Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah. You could get
salad,
Jamaican jerk chicken sliders. You could get, you get your ale, because I'm an ale dude and I like stouts and stuff like that. Like I don't tend to have girly drinks. Like if I have a girly drink, it's because someone bought it for me, and it's like, okay, so hi. But yeah, that was the cool thing is, I don't know where theaters are going to go, but like for Eclipse, that was the thing. You can have your booze, you can have your little burger, you can, hang out with your buddies, stadium seating. Every seat's a good seat. I'm ready for this film. And it's like, dude, they like castrated half of the content out of it. So yeah. So when you say A Wrinkle in Time, I know what you're saying, because this movie is also supposed to be like a big hit from DuVernay. It's supposed to be the best ever. And all I had was Oprah mansplaining to me on film. I'm like, oh heck no. I'm like, this beast. I'm like, no one's retired her yet. Like, this woman needs to get pounded. That's all I got to say. If she got pounded right, she wouldn't be talking about toxic masculinity. She'd be all about it. So,
well, now these days she's talking about whiteness.
Yeah, that's all she's talking. Yeah. I read the book of Wrinkle in Time was based on Trust Me. That film that Ava whatever her name is, DuVernay did, was nothing like the book. I don't know what that crazy garbage was. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I couldn't figure it out either.
In the world, and they were just making Ava DuVernay like she's the big future of Hollywood. Some of these women directors aren't very talented. I'm going to come right out and say
this.
No,
they're not.
I don't care if they're black,
I'm just
Asian,
glad
Mexican,
that she
Spanish.
ain't doing New Gods.
Yes, I'm
That
very
would
happy.
I
that would that
know,
would
I know,
hurt
but
me.
we missed out on the trench film. That's a part that sucks for me. So,
Yeah.
but it's
And the
Now,
thing,
fine. It's fine.
now they got an Asian woman who's doing the internals, which I'm not gonna see. I don't even know
I'm
what
not
the
even
internals
gonna.
is
I'm
supposed
not
to be
even gonna
about.
see it.
Last
I'm
time
I
I
not
told
even
you
checked,
gonna.
guys,
last
like,
time I checked, I thought they were supposed to be they're supposed to be dealing with Thanos' people, the Titans, but apparently that's probably more. It's probably
well, this
more than
phase
just
is
that.
gonna be so disjointed because we don't know where it's going. So,
Because
I
I
mean,
looked at her pedigree. I'm sorry, Trooper. I looked at
yeah,
her pedigree. She don't look like the type of person you would want for this film project
probably
Right.
at
not.
all.
Mm-mm,
She, I mean,
mm-mm.
look, I have not seen all. I have not seen any of the films that she's directed, but I'm gonna be kind to her and say that she might be a very good, talented director.
Mhm.
Let's not make a mistake. I even give that to Diablo Cody for being a good screenwriter. Director, that's debatable because she did direct Jennifer's Body, so that movie's debatable. It's
Mhm.
cheese, but it's debatable. Patty Jenkins just proved that well, she needs to stick to she
Well,
just needs to stick to writing.
I
She
I
told
needs to
you
think
what
stick
she
to
happened
writing.
should.
there. I told you what happened there. Like the movie was done, and then the film, like, the film studio inserted itself, and it was one of these things where, oh, you need to go ahead and add this and this and this to it, and that's why we got two films in one. That's why it didn't work.
Right.
I mean,
Agree.
here's my thing. If you start watching Wonder Woman 82, and I'm still kind of wondering if I should go buy it. I probably will just to have it in the box of shame. But like, if you start it from where everything goes wrong and like Wonder Woman gives up her wish, if you start it from right there and watch at the end of the film, that's more like the first film.
Mhm.
The first half of that film, I think that's what the studio wanted, but it doesn't really work for me. Like, I wanted an 80s film. Like, I didn't want 80s film, being told from the viewpoint of 2010.
Right.
So,
Yep, that was the problem.
like, I think they did Kristen. They did
It's like how
Kristen.
It's like how 2010 sees the 80s.
Well, I thought they did a real injustice to Wig's character. Minerva. I really thought they did Barbara Minerva a disservice in
Mhm.
terms of the fact that they kind of gave her a feminist storyline. You know how it progresses from a maiden mother crone type of
Mhm.
progression, but it's like they couldn't be too feminine with Barbara Minerva either, because if you make her too feminine, it becomes a problem.
Well,
Because oh, go ahead, Leah. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say go ahead and finish. I wasn't. I personally was. I never bought Wig's performance. I'm not a big Christian Wiig fan. Sometimes I think
Yeah.
she's a little overhyped. So that's the first thing. But I
Oh
was
yeah, she is.
given a chance. I said, well, she'll maybe she'll try to improve on herself. But to me, she really didn't. I thought it was a one note usual. It was what is it? The nerdy person gets superpowers. It was the Amazing Spider-Man 2 all over again. Or it was basically Batman Returns from Tim Burton, where you
Yeah,
had Michelle Pfeiffer playing the mousy secretary,
yeah.
and then she gets these
Meow.
powers, and also she gets Catwoman. It's the same trope.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, it's the same trope all over again. Men are the reason that I'm the mess that I am. Dorky, ugly, shy woman. It's powers, and now
Yeah.
she's hot and she's got everything going for her. So that was really with a bad CGI of Cheetah. So that immediately bored me. And Kristen Wiig didn't do anything to try to turn that
Mhm.
trope around. That's where a talented
Yeah.
actor comes
I
when they
will
get into it
say
like that.
this though. I gleaned at that movie because I was waiting for it to freaking finish finally. That was a long ass ending, by the way.
Mhm.
Because because at the
Well,
time because I'll get there. I'll get there.
mhm.
Because at the time I was cleaning up I had to clean up the theater afterwards once everybody leaving. We had to direct everybody gently to the proper exits. But I will say this. Kristen Wiig
Mhm.
did kind of look hot with that messy blonde hair.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. It's I'm not
That
objectifying the
eyeliner
damn
needs
woman, but I mean,
the eyeshadow
she
needs
can
a
work.
little work though. The
She
eyeshadow needs
can
a
work
little
up a
work.
strong.
but
she can work that pastrami sandwich if they added just a little bit more horsey sauce.
she was looking quite good in the workout leotards and in the workout outfit. She was looking
right.
pretty good.
And see,
But I didn't care. I didn't care. Didn't
what
care
was it?
at all about her.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. What was it? I think it was Double Impact or whatever, right? Where you have two twins, right? Such a corny movie, but I gotta get it because I was watching it on Pluto TV. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna push that again. But I think within the first act, Jean-Claude Van Damme is like, I think he's like a yoga instructor or he's like a cardio instructor or whatever. Either way, they got him in like spandex and a freaking 80s top. So like he's all doing his freaking splits for these freaking females like in the beginning of the film, and they're all wearing the spandex. They all got the fountain hair. They all got the. See, that's what I want to see. I want to see that. Like, the one film that I think really does the 80s really well is American Psycho.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because they got the narcissism right. They got the smoking and in restaurants right. They got
Christian
a lot
Bale.
of it. Yeah, they got a lot of those elements right. I mean, that's actually one of my favorite films. So, like I said, I mean, these people can be absolute trash in real life, but I don't care as long as I like the film. I mean, if you want to be a weirdo leftist, hey, all power to you. That's
I
not
will
what
give I will give Kristen Wiig a benefit of the doubt that she might. I would say she might be a good person in real life, though. I don't think she would ever if and when she does try to push this whole women's voices or uplift women or support women and all that stuff, then I wouldn't say she's a bad person, but I'm like, you're misdirecting yourself, girl. You need to step away. Because to me, whenever I see Kristen Wiig, she looks so innocent, like she.
sad. I'll like give that woman a sandwich. But
We must protect Kristen
Martian.
Wiig. She wasn't she?
She was in The Martian. My whole big thing was,
and she was in Ghostbusters 2016.
It wouldn't have been her. In my rewrite, it wouldn't have been her. It would have been Kate Blanchett.
Yeah, but like I said, whenever I see her, it's like, dang it, lady, you look like you could be a librarian or a preschool teacher. You look too motherly, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Who was it that broke that mold? It was I can't think right now. It's Rachel Weisz broke that mold in the Mummy film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of films those are the kind of films for Kristen Wiig. Those are the kind of films.
And this broad was naked a few times in multiple movies.
Yeah. And it's like the
I don't know what everybody else's excuse is.
You know what? It's not
even
that they don't want to have
Eva Green.
It's like
she flaunt her TTs out all the time.
Here's my thing. Like I said,
even Noomi Rapace, Swedish actress. Girl with the dread tattoo, flaunt her little tiny peepees around.
Oh no!
Do some really good acting gigs and some really good movies. She was in the second Sherlock Holmes movie.
Yeah, so like I said, it's like in the previous stream, like once they figured out that they could spend X amount on budget and crank out $1 billion film, and all they had to do was literally put some CRT in it to call it content, and everyone's gonna go watch it. That's what they do. That's all. That's really what they do. Their only real competition is going to come from independent creators.
Let's say goodbye to Schooner real quick.
Yeah, I gotta get going, unfortunately, guys. But I just want to say happy birthday, Wolf. I had a fun stream with you guys.
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun, man. I know.
It was a lot of fun, Scooney.
I know Thursdays are hard for you, man, but it's fun whenever I can sit down and like talk trash with you. So.
Yeah. So coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, this is Schooner Tuna signing out. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bye, Scoonies. I'll see you soon. Actually, soon I would have to. I've got about 20 more minutes to hang out with you guys, and then I must leave for the day because
cool.
It's already boring 4 hours. I think 4 hours is good enough to even.
Actually, you know what? That's crazy.
It went by so fast.
It went by really fast. It went by really fast. And I know we all trickled in, but like I didn't expect to go 4 hours. Like I think the last time we've all
I didn't
4 hours
expect to have this many viewership.
Well, how many do we have? Like I don't have
when it was just me earlier, it was like already it was fluctuating between 11 and 10,
Oh,
but
really? Okay.
the number stayed 8 for the majority of the stream.
Yeah.
The moment it right now it says 5 or 4.
Hmm.
StreamYard could be wrong though, but whatever. But yeah, that was a high viewership to as of today.
StreamYard is
Usually,
usually delayed. Usually delayed.
yeah.
By maybe like a minute or two. So
But other than that, yeah. So let's begin by wrapping it up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know I tried to encourage people to give us topics, but
Mhm.
I guess nobody had no ideas of what topics to cover. I guess I'm starting to believe that we're exhausting all kinds of topics, but
Well,
I
there was
think
one. I don't
I
know.
think Dominic Powell did suggest anti-heroes, so I'm definitely gonna
Yeah, just write that down.
bring
We'll
that
work
up.
it in.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Neo Star. I think there was one I forgot. We said I forgot the topic we were talking about, but I'll have to come back to it. You mentioned it should be a topic. I don't know whether we were talking about uh villains or something we were saying. But
We
Neo Star.
already got villains ready for next Tuesday, the Tuesday after next.
Yeah, no, there was a whole bunch of stuff that we talked about that I said, oh, that could be its own topic. That could be its own topic. But I mean,
When
we
when it
hit a
comes
lot.
up,
So
make sure you message me.
yeah,
I
yeah,
know
I'll have to
Neo
write it
Star
down.
mentioned and you mentioned this too, Wolf, and maybe that is a topic to talk about. Is the how black males are portrayed in media and
Yeah,
television
that's what it
today.
was. The Black Chad. The Black
Yeah,
Chad.
the bringing
Yeah,
down. Yeah, like Chad. That
yeah.
is
Let me write that
that
down
is
right now. Write that down right
yeah.
now.
So
Yeah.
let's mark that down as because that could be a universal thing too, for
Yeah.
all males too. So we
Yes.
will talk about
Well, it's like going.
let's name it male representation. How about
Nah,
that?
because it's too much of a big topic. We could say, well, we'll figure out the name for the topic. But I mean, we've gone from Samuel L. and we've gone from hot potato to Jimmy Olsen.
We're gone from how did it taste, motherfucker, to please hold
We,
my tutu.
yeah.
We've
We've
come
gone
from
from
Bad Boys with Martin Lawrence and Will Smith to uh
we've gone
To Love
from
yeah.
Simon.
we've gone
Yes.
from exaggeration like Django. We've gone from black male exaggeration to can you hold my pastrami sandwich while I cry? So
Yes.
Oh my goodness,
and I
yeah.
like Django because of course it has a whole bunch of pew pew and it has that whole I'm gonna get you sucker feel to it, and it's got
Mhm. I love the
Leonardo
way how you bleed,
DiCaprio
boy.
as John Candy, that Mr. Candy. It's like
I
Yeah.
it's
told
got
you. I'm telling you right now. That was the last movie about slavery I watched
yeah.
at all. I did not watch 12 Years as a Slave after that. I did not watch anything slavery oriented. Not even Free Sale Jones. Even though Free Sale Jones had nothing to do with slaves.
Well, the
I just
crazy part is we're a century away from that part in our country's history, and we're still talking about it. It's like
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's part of history. It's like, so okay, so you're telling me, or you're really telling the black audience that they're oppressed. How are they oppressed now? How
Yeah.
are they?
All you're
In
doing is
terms of,
reminding us of a history of our ancestors. That's it. That's not. There's
well,
nothing.
what I see, it's more or less like indoctrinating. Oh, you need to act this way. Oh, you need to do
Mhm.
you can't do this because that doesn't represent you. And it's like, to me, when I
You
look at this
can't
stuff, it's
be
like,
a doctor.
yeah,
You just
yeah, you're
you just be a you just stay ghetto and rob department stores or liquor stores
yeah.
and run around killing your own people. Just stick to doing that. That's what you're
Yeah,
good
because
for.
I know you guys are watching my like big old freaking numbers chat in MeWe, but like, yeah, that's what I see. That's how I see it. I
Yeah.
see it as a way to kind of keep ethnic groups in quote their space, because that sounds more that's the best way for me to put it in woke in a woke context. It's keeping you in your space. This is your space. This is their space. And Schooner and Trooper, you guys don't have a space at all. You guys aren't included on this table, so go do whatever it is you guys do. So it's like, okay, so that happens. Okay, so, and you brought up that question too. So let's say everyone gets what they want, so what happens afterward?
Mhm. Yeah. Let me discussed this also with Leia too, and in chat as well. I posted within our private chat in MeWe that so say for instance, if the social progressives get what they want, which is all white men must go. What they want, or at least all white people must go, right? Basically,
Right.
all the white people just suddenly just leave America. Just every white person, even their child, leave America. What then? Who will be next? Because it won't stop. It won't stop with white folk. It will never stop with white folk. You'll then try to work your way down the ladder, which is what you think is the ladder of oppression. So
Mm,
you finally get rid of the white folk, and they go to parts that they never even been born in, nor know where their ancestral history lineage really traces back to. Um, so say for instance that will be the first to go. Then they'll view black people as the most dangerous because of course thugs, right?
mhm.
Yeah, that's the only time. That's the only time when they really acknowledge the crime that's perpetuated by black folk. Is when it's of course it's a black male, because the male. So
Mhm.
all black people must go. Where are they gonna go? Not really Africa, because once we go there, Africa will be pretty much overpopulated, and
Mhm.
they don't even want us there. They don't want
Oh
black
yeah.
folk there.
Oh yeah.
They don't want us here. We're nothing to them. We're not even the same blood type to
Yeah.
them.
Well,
Nothing. No
American,
connection.
I'll
Yeah.
interject, and then I'm gonna let you. I'm just gonna say something. Then Wolf, I didn't mean to interject. We'll get right. African American country think that if they go over to Africa, they're going to be embraced as family. They have no idea how
Mhm.
100% different it is. It's exactly the way the Wolf said. Just because you have the same skin color as them doesn't mean they're going to welcome you with open arms. Their
Mhm.
Mm-mm.
government, their way of life, their way of family life, marriage. Some tribes have more than one wife. They have no idea. They think America is bad to them. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying they don't really know it like they think they do. But go
Mhm.
ahead.
They had this,
I
this idea of it. And
Yes.
then Mexicans. How you gonna get rid of the Mexicans? The Mexicans used to own most of this land in some parts. You can't get
Mhm.
rid of them. You already let the floodgates open with the open borders.
Yeah.
What? Where are they gonna go? They're gonna go to Spain. They never been born in Spain. They were never
Yeah.
born in Italy.
Oh,
Just
they
because they
got their
speak
own
Spanish.
problems too right now.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
Italy. Yeah. I heard.
yeah,
I heard. But
yeah, like
you're not
dude,
going
the
to get.
king of
You're
Morocco
not.
is literally holding Spain hostage by give us money or we're going to send you more migrants. And we're not just sending you any migrants, we're sending you our criminals. Like they
Yeah.
already filled out 30 mil. They're probably going to shell out another 30 mil. So,
I'm
and
like, again, like how you gonna get rid of the Mexicans? You gonna put them down in South America? They're gonna overpopulate there too. And even then, they still got their own problems to deal with, even in Mexico and in South America. All right.
well, I'm telling you, bro, it's gonna be blood. It's gonna be blood and Crips v MS-13 and Los Zetas. That's what it's gonna turn
And
into.
here's another thing. If they try to get rid. If they try to get rid of all the whites, all these whites will think that they have a claim to the land anyways. And I'm not talking about the right. I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
right. The left think that if they get rid of some of their white enemies, and I'm gonna
Yep.
call them that, white
Yep.
enemies,
Yep.
they're gonna get no. That means you too, motherfucker. Get the fuck on. Excuse
Hmm.
me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That means you too. It said all whites, not all whites except.
Well, what was it? And I'm gonna have to do some math, which I not that I don't like math. Math is just not my
Dang
thing.
it, trooper. We ain't talking about math. This is a hypothetical topic.
Well, no, what I was gonna say was so that like people don't misgauge me. So we know the
Misgauge you.
well in terms of like okay, we know the black population is about 12 to 13%. Cool, whatever. How much of that percentage with all the mass immigration, how much of that is sub-Saharan? Because I hate
Mm-mm.
to sound racist, but they're lumping everyone together when it comes to the black community. So how much of it is still American
That's not
black
racist. You're telling the truth.
versus
Mhm.
sub-Saharan blacks? How much of it? Like, because it sounds to me like they want to displace the American black family with a sub-Saharan family, is what it sounds like to me. So
Explain sub-Saharan for the people in the black.
anyone that comes from Nigeria, Ethiopia, predominantly Muslim countries, doesn't matter what your religion is. What matters is that you want to become an American, that you assimilate to being American. That's what holds us
The
together.
Egyptians say, no matter what your race is, this is your home now. Oh,
But what
sorry.
we're seeing,
You
what we're
got
seeing
me
is
to
we're
sing
seeing
it.
cultures that aren't assimilating because we're bringing them in mass numbers to where they can't assimilate in a way that is healthy to our community and to the economy itself. So, and that's coming from all different places. But what it
Mhm.
tells me is that, like I said, I'm going to say it's maybe 2 to 3% of the black community is now sub-Saharan. So what it tells me is that the American black is probably hovering around maybe 10 or 11% of the population. If those numbers keep continuing, suddenly the black men, for if we're talking about Luke Cage, Samuel L. What you think of the black man, I tend to think that's going to be going away and it's going to be replaced with something else. I don't know what that will look like, but it's
Oh
something that
man.
the black community has to address that they haven't addressed because they're being destabilized into not thinking about that in that sense.
Mhm.
So they're
What
all
they care about is black representation. What representation are you looking for? Because these motherfuckers still haven't even explained to me what is it that they want to be represented in, or
yeah
how they want to be represented in, or what is the positive representation of a black character. You can't even explain to me what blackness is. Y'all don't even have no general consensus on what blackness is. So how you gonna
yeah
tell? How are you gonna try to demand somebody to represent us in a proper way?
mhm. yeah
That is
yeah
my
yeah
that's what gets my blood boiling. It's when these idiots that do try to preach the civil rights movements, preach the messages of civil rights movements. I'm like, you can't even define the civil rights movement. So how are you gonna try to educate somebody else on that? You ain't even dare to study it. They don't even want you. They don't want you to study history. So how you
no
gonna know about the civil rights movement if they don't let you study history? And
yeah
then you
and
talking something. Then you talking something study our history. What is our history? What did you
yeah
know about our history?
and here's the
Go
Well,
ahead,
thing,
they
Trooper.
think
right?
they
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Leia.
they think they know about a history. No, what they're thinking in their mind is, well, you know what? We look at these all these black heroes you're getting. We're going to give you a black Superman,
Hmm.
and we're going to give you a Sam as Cap. He's the black Captain America. We're going to give you I don't know. On Bridgerton, you have a black man that speaks Shakespeare. I mean, now you can really feel really great and
Leia,
wonderful in the
I
top of
don't
the
want.
world.
I don't mean to make you sad, but that show is actually getting a second season.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not shocked by that anyway, too,
Me
Sandra.
neither.
It doesn't shock me one minute. I know why it's getting a second season.
I'm just
So I'm
happy
not
that
shocked by
one
it.
of my favorite shows actually got a finale, and I was actually satisfied for once, and not
Really?
annoyed by it. Yeah, Castlevania, the animated Netflix series.
Is this
Like
the
it's
final season?
yeah
Hmm.
yeah it just wrapped up. Was it Wednesday? No, it wasn't Wednesday. It came out last Thursday, I think.
And you were satisfied with it.
Yep. Yeah, I still have
Oh,
my
okay.
conflictions of it, but it was it was the proper conflictions that I wanted to have. This should have been done better. This should have been addressed more. This I don't really like, but I'm willing to let it go. Stuff
Hmm.
like that. Not like Glow.
Mhm.
Let's just say this: Glow got canceled,
Yeah.
but it ended on a cliffhanger, sadly, and not before they had to prat around this message of LGBT at the end, because one of the characters in Glow, she raised her fist up with this rainbow wristband, and I'm like, you
You
are.
knew that what they was saying right there.
I was like, Glow, you are a show about the '80s. There was no rainbow representation in the '80s. The
Mm-mm.
rainbow was not your flag in the '80s. That is you. I'm like, you're supposed to be connected to the 80s. That's not the 80s. Gay was not represented by the rainbow yet. It was still kind of predominantly represented by the pink. So she should be wearing pink most of all, above all else, if anything. Or that was a 2000 thing. Pink was a 2000 thing, right?
I actually thought pink was the 90s. I thought the rainbow, no, the 80s. The rainbow didn't come into the late 90s to 2000, but I actually thought the 80s pink was the thing.
No, I'm saying like
Oh,
for the pride flag. It,
oh,
it,
I'm not
it
sure.
I'm just saying it wasn't it was I'm saying from where I'm standing, from what I've observed growing up, I ain't seen no gay person rolling around waving a rainbow flag. Everybody could back then. Everybody could wear a rainbow, and you never questioned that whether they're gay or not. Rainbow was rainbow. In fact, rainbow was hands for America. If anything, will
Right.
will will, will Reem Rainbow be queer now since Reem Rainbow has a rainbow?
Oh no! Oh no!
That's what I'm saying. Like rainbow was not their thing during the 80s and the 90s. So when she flip up her freaking fist up in the air with the rainbow wristband, I'm like, no, no, that is dishonest. That is dishonest to history. That is dishonest to time frame and timeline. You are the 80s. They did not have the rainbow as a symbol of gayness at that time. Now, if this was made around as of right now, and she did that, I would have been okay with that. But this is an Indian girl. No, Islamic girl. No, she wasn't Islamic. Was she? No, she was Indian. Sorry, excuse me. She's Indian. She's Indian who discovered that she was lesbian later on in the show, right? But
Yeah.
like they give her this pride thing. I'm like, no. Yeah, like I said, compared to Castlevania and Glow, at least Castlevania, I'm like, oh, thank God it didn't end on woke, cause Glow
Okay.
ended on woke. That's all. That's basically my point where I'm going with that. It's like at least it didn't end on woke.
I see. Yes. Okay. I
Like
see.
much like Endgame did. Like these shows are starting to end on woke. In the case
Yes.
of Glow, it ended on woke before Endgame even came out.
Right.
But but Castlevania didn't end on woke. I was like, thank goodness, thank the Lord. It ended. It gave a '90s ending where the woman's like, oh, it's always my plan. Oh, it's definitely my plan. And the guy was firing back, no, it's not your plan. It's my plan. Oh, like just admit it's my plan. Like, no, it's not. Like that is expected from the '90s. It has a lot of '90s banter, and I loved Castlevania for that. And that's why I was trying to get across to Melissa Harris one time when I was talking about Castlevania. Like make your claims, but be careful, because I'm gonna tell you right now, like it's not woke, never was. So thank goodness for that. With that being said, though, guys, I'd like to thank everybody for wishing me a good happy birthday, wishing me a sending me wishes. Like to thank my crewmates, of course, with Schooner after he has departed. But I'd like to thank Trooper FN 2525. Sorry, Leia.
That's okay.
Hey guys, it was awesome. Happy birthday, Wolf. Thank you for joining us here on the birthday stream. Kind of glad to see everyone showed up. Go ahead and put in the comments, happy B-Day, Wolf. Go ahead and just fill those up. We know he's an old man at 34 this coming Saturday. Yeah, reminding us it's Saturday. I'm like, bro, it's your birthday. Get over it. You can celebrate it for a whole week. So
Yeah.
This is Trooper FN 2525 coming to you live from Imperial Occupied Balmora, signing off. And hey, hit like, share, subscribe. You know what to do. You want more of us? You want more of our content? Hit us up on MeWe. You can find us. We're real easy to find. MeWe.com. All right, take it, Leia.
Hello, everyone. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely lady of valor. And I want to thank everybody for joining us for the birthday stream for our commander today. I had a wonderful time. I hope you all had a wonderful time too. I thank everybody for the comments that you made in the stream. And if we didn't get to your comment, hopefully we'll feel free to leave one more explanation in the comments below, and also free to leave us a comment anytime. We love hearing from you, and please come back next time because these shows are great, and we want to try to make it a party every time we are here. And so I wish everyone a good evening.
Bless you. That was our roommate. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. Again, thanks for Schooner coming at you live from a basement underground with excellent Wi-Fi for him. And you know, be sure to check out Green Stream. I'm pretty sure she's streaming Samurai Warriors tomorrow, hopefully on Friday for the professor tonight. Probably some Catholic Bible Geek or maybe a book study, or maybe he's still doing his little gaming stream on Kotor.
Mhm.
For the Saturday, definitely check out. I believe it's Al this time that's doing a rewatch, or maybe Troy. Somebody's doing a rewatch this Saturday. Sunday, of course, Matthew Flynn. Keep tabs on him. He's doing his Ben 10 streams early in the morning. I may not show up. I may show up, but work duty calls. But on the same token, on that same day, we had the Geeky Geezers with Troy and H Boomer, or H Boomer and Troy. Take your pick. Monday would definitely be Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse. Though she always say she don't always have a topic for that Monday, but she finds a way somehow. She finds a way, and it's always a pleasure to watch her talk and give her analysis and of course her small lectures and talk about the music life, the music side of art as well. So definitely check out Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Oh, hey there, Sound Engraver. Of course, we have our Tuesday shows. I already have set up. I'm still working on Thursday shows. Again, do not be afraid to let us know what you would like for us to talk about in the comments, even in the comments of the stream after the stream goes up. Definitely contact all of us, either Trooper, Leia, Schooner, on MeWe. If you can find us on MeWe, my MeWe handle is the same thing. Wolf 10 Media, same thing with Trooper and Schooner. Leia, I don't want to say your real name on stream, so we'll keep that secret.
Mhm.
You'll find her in our contacts. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just look for Bucky. Just look for Bucky. Again, thank you everybody for my wingman for the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet. This has been your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf, and welcome to the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet.